we are going to get started as soon as I put some better music on than whatever the fuck this is.
May I?
Yes.
Um, quick question.
Ask.
Soma is going to go down to any sort of store or market,
Okay.
and he's going to pick up an oddly specific order of things.
I am immediately intrigued.
Mm-hmm. First on the list is a set.
I'm gonna write this down. Hold on.
Okay.
Soma's list of shopping supplies? Question mark.
Okay.
All right, let's go.
First things first is a deck of tarot cards.
Okay.
Next up on the list is a set of chess pieces.
I'm already scared. Knowing what you told me last night, I'm already scared. Continue.
It's going to get purple and red paint.
Okay.
And then, I'm also going to get blue paint. And then finally, I think I'm going to get, let's see, chess pieces paint. Is there any sort of strange store that does anything with custom coins?
Coins?
Mm-hmm.
So that specifically, you would have to ask around to find out about. There is nothing in town that you know of immediately that has coins.
Yeah.
So you will have to do some adventuring in game to find that one.
Then I will.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else?
That is it.
I am already concerned. Okay.
You should be.
I should be after what
But
I did last night.
so I'm going to share with you
Uh-huh.
the schemes I have come up with.
Okay.
I have spent 4 hours designing this entire thing
Uh-huh. I know.
in scary, scarily immense detail. There is more than there is just on this sheet.
Holy shit, I broke you.
I was in such I don't know what it was. But I had a fucking Jimmy Neutron brain blast. Okay.
No.
And
God.
I I'm going to get more into this. But basically, the only thing that whatever this is requires is the future ability to make a deal.
Uh-huh.
And if so, could potentially make something very, very interesting happen.
Right.
Simply due to his existence and place in the story. And I have thought of
You what? Oh god,
Uh-oh.
did he die?
He got taken back to hell.
Not to hell again!
wait, what?
You disappeared. We thought you got, like, drugged back to hell.
Oh no, I'm still here.
Thank god.
Okay, so basically, like what I was saying, I thought of a contingency plan for pretty much every single chaotic element,
Mhm.
and I have put a scary amount of detail into all of this. And just the place that someone's character has in the story is the one thing that could possibly set all of this into motion.
Mhm.
And I feel like it could be really cool. But just take a look at the game I created that could possibly be its own entire story arc if happened.
Which I'm
And I
gonna
feel
do, for sure.
yes, because I feel like you may be interested in all of this. And death is involved in this plan. And don't worry, I already have a means of convincing her.
I am so intrigued by all of this. Is it okay if I wait and read it tonight while I'm at work to give me something to do? Like plot, or do you want me to read it just a second?
No, that's fine. That's fine. The longer you know less about it for what I'm about to do, the better.
Okay. Well, I'll save looking at it then.
Yeah.
I'm
And
horrified. Pridwin, you should be more horrified than me because I sort of know what's going on.
Oh no.
So, the fact that I'm feeling this tired right now is actually perfect because this is exactly how Soma's feeling about now.
I left my boy in a crater and he came back to his room. I'm imagining you're saying all of this stuff, but to Sadie, and she's just like standing there looking at you, like holding a blanket around her shoulders, just shaking her head slowly. Like
That's the fun part. No, actually, he's going to keep this from everyone, but
okay.
specific. He's going to find Pridwin.
Hang on, what time of day is it right now?
I was about to get into that, but I wanted to let him do what he's gonna do first.
I'll let you continue.
Okay, so starting things off today. Gotta let me set the mood before you get me all hooked like this. God damn! We are starting off. It has been 3 days since Lewis's death. And it's been a rough one. You have attended a ceremony, and I'll briefly go into this as well during Monday's session, but you've attended a ceremony in the silence. There is now a shrine there for Lewis. With a lot of pictures. Like I said, there's a thing of french fries in there. There's a ball of red twine, all kinds of stuff that you would be emotional looking at, and I'm hoping one of you draws an art piece for. And then you guys have had a couple days to just recuperate and try and deal with it. None of you have really gone back into Lewis's room yet. It's been unlocked, but nobody will dare touch it. And it is on this third day, kind of in the afternoon, when Pridwin, you kind of come out of your depression haze. I'm imagining that you spent a lot of it locked away in your room reading. I feel like that's something Pridwin would do. Yeah. So
yeah,
you kind of...
He would have been literally sitting in there reading through, like, files. He's been reading considering that there's, like, all of this information missing on that one specific witch, he's also probably been going through, like, just file after file of witches' names.
Yeah. So, you kind of realize, holy shit, how long has it been? Like, what year is it? Like, you haven't eaten, hardly. You haven't done anything. And you kind of emerge from your cave to see, Cody and Isamu, their love language to you is always food. So they have prepared not just like a meal for you, but like there are meals stocked, pre-prepped for the week. There's like baked goods out on the counter from other cabins as well. Like people are taking care of you guys. And the love is definitely being shown to you, which is it's things that have been done before, but not on this scale. Like this is a lot. You come out and you see a lot of this stuff on the counter. You see a lot of like notes, just to you guys' cabin that somebody has like piled up on the edge of the counter. They've been opened and read, but nobody's done anything with them yet. And it is pretty quiet right now. You see, there is, as you're kind of looking at the counter and realizing how hungry you are, there is definitely a cupcake on a platter that is slowly rising off of the platter and starting to move away.
Pridwin he's like taking all of this in because he's probably literally only left his room occasionally to like stave off starvation and go to the bathroom.
Pretty much, yeah.
And he's like looking around, taking everything in. And he just watches the cupcake slowly float away.
So it does that comical thing where like it's like gets towards the end of the counter, and then like she realizes she's being watched, so it just freezes, and then the cupcake drops to the counter.
Sai, you can take it.
It slowly comes back up off the counter, and then gone. Just gone. It just darts around the corner, disappears into Douglas and Katya's room. The door is cracked. It is eerily quiet, but Soma, you've also come out of your depression hole just about the same time Pridwood has, and you do hear Pridwin talking to Sai in the kitchen.
I am going to very stealthily leave a note at the bottom of Pridwin's door and leave.
Okay.
And I'm going to head for the crater.
Okay, that's fair. Pridwin, you have just seen a cupcake disappear into Douglas and Katya's room, and you heard movement down the hallway on your side of the cabin, but that's about it. What do you want to do?
So once Pridwin's finished eating, he's going to go to Douglas and Katya's room.
You walk towards their room, and you try and think back, because again, you haven't seen anyone in days, thinking everybody's been, keeping to themselves for morning, but like usually there's a little more noise than this in this cabin. And you get to the door and you look in, and Katya and Douglas's room is empty. The window is open, a crack, and there's a hint of frosting on the windowsill.
Pridwin looks around and says, "Where is everyone?"
You roll me to 20 actually. Let's see if you notice this.
All right. Whoop. And 13.
You see in the waste bin in the corner of the room, as you're getting ready to walk out, you kind of walk over and clean the stuff off the windowsill just out of habit, and you're walking back and you see bindings in the trash can. It looks like Katya has changed her bandage, and it still looks pretty gnarly. It's not that she's not taking care of it, it's just that whatever this infection is, it ain't great. So they are scattered in this waste bin with a bunch of pieces of paper wadded up, vigorously written on.
Pridwin's probably going to look at least a couple of the papers.
So you grab one piece of paper, kind of the balled up one on the top that has, aggressively been written on, and you see that it looks like Katya's writing, and it looks like she's been formulating some kind of plan. You aren't sure. It doesn't make any sense to you. Not a bit. You grab another piece of paper, and it's more of the same. And another, and it's more of the same. And then you see, tucking out from the corner of her bed, one has, missed the, what is it? The trash can. And there's a piece of paper on it with items to get written on it.
Oh, he's gonna read the list.
You see at the top of the list, one of the items is animal carrier. Another item just underneath of it is key card. Underneath of that says Pridwin's help. It doesn't have a check next to it. None of these do, actually. And then underneath of that, it's like she started to write something, and then somebody interrupted her, and she made a mark and messed up her list, so she clearly started another paper. And then in the corner it says, underneath that it says punch Liam in parentheses with really aggressive writing that almost tore through the page.
God.
Oh, this is very scarily similar to mine.
Does yours
Mine
also
is
say to punch Leo?
It actually does not.
That hoe.
God.
So yeah, you are seeing this. The window's open. The room is empty. And it's cold too. Like, whoever left the window open, it was done a while ago. Maybe even like days ago. Like, this room is freezing.
Oh no. As Pridwin realizes that that window's probably been open for a while, he, like, closes it and says, I really should find Katya.
Okay. So you left your doctor's bag and all your normal stuff in your room. Would you like to go back and...
Oh, he'd definitely run back to his room to, like, grab everything and also check out the noise that he heard.
Yeah, so you detour through the bathroom. You don't see anybody. Strangely enough, all of, like, just so many, like, people have been crying so much, y'all are low on, like, tissues and stuff. That's about the only thing you notice as you walk through, and there's a piece of paper at the bottom of your door as you go to enter.
Pridwin will open it up and read it.
Dylan? What does
The
it say?
note simply reads, "Meet me by the crater."
Is it signed?
Yeah, so it's signed S.
Wait, which crater does he want me to go to?
Roll me a memory check.
Oop. 18?
Okay. You're starting to think, I wonder what crater he could be talking about. And then it hits you. You woke up in a crater where a huge section of the forest was destroyed.
That's probably the crater. Pridwin will fold up the note and tuck it in, like, his bag.
Okay.
Make sure that he has, like, everything, and then, he's going to head out and try to find the crater.
Okay. So you start walking across campus, and it is uncomfortable. I don't know how Pridwin would react to this, but you're getting a lot of looks. Fellow students, professors, and it's just that pitying look from a lot of them. They can't see your face. They don't know how you're coping. They just know that they haven't seen almost any of you since it happened. And in fact, from the gist of things that you've heard, the murmurs, the posts on social media, especially on that one video of Lewis that was posted, it just, people are wondering what's happened, and nobody seems to have any answers except for those people that, actually know.
Yeah.
So you're just catching a lot of sympathetic stares, but nobody really approaches you.
Yeah, Pridwin just kind of, like, having a lot of eyes on him, he definitely kind of, like, walks a bit more, like, shrunken.
You tuck your head down into your shoulders and you keep walking. Walking by the silence, it's almost like a visceral reaction. Like, you can almost taste copper in your mouth. Your stomach twists into a knot as you hesitate for just a moment, looking inward, knowing that shrine is in there. And then you keep walking. You walk past the gym. You hear the sounds of all kinds of athletic endeavors coming from inside of it. You keep going, and you enter the trees, and just shortly after entering the trees, you come to a point where the nature stops. You're facing a massive dent in the earth, devoid of everything. And in the center...
In the very center, you see Soma. He has placed a big rock with a flat top on the floor next to him, and he is currently painting different pieces of chess pieces. Different colors.
Soma, what are you doing?
He stands up and places a single chess piece on the rock, and he looks over to you and says, "Can I have to speak to you?
Yes, of course.
So, I have been thinking, actually, that's all I have been doing for the last. I haven't been keeping count.
Um, that makes two of us.
Yes, and after all of this time, and after some experience with demonic abilities with the help of Apollyon, I have come up with a plan.
A plan.
Plan to potentially completely, let's say, destroy both the witch and demon factions that threaten us.
You have a plan that could completely destroy the. Uh, Pridwin, like, walks up and says, if you have a plan, I am all ears.
Plan is that I don't think any of our friends will be so willing to move forward with it. I think you and Apollyon are the only ones I can discuss this with, so I need to know if I can trust you. So he sticks out his hand.
Pridwin will take his hand and say, you have shown me a great deal of trust, despite having only just met me. It seems only right that I should return the favor.
It seemed to share the same ideas, so I thought maybe you could be trustworthy and useful to me.
Of course.
He begins pacing around a bit and says, well, with the innate demonic ability of making a deal, once I fully understand how to use it, I will. I have created a game. A game which could possibly result in, with the best case scenario, one of the third scenarios, the complete and utter destruction of each enemy faction that threatens us.
And the worst case scenario?
They beat the game.
And how exactly is this game supposed to work?
There are 3 acts to this game, 3 acts to my plan. Act 1 is a game known as the Chalice of Greed, which I'm going to need a lot of preparation for. Basically, it is a Easter egg hunt. There will be 30 coins placed in various spots around campus, 22 of which are the coins that need to be found. 14 of those coins are the lesser coins, depicting a visage and an open eye. There are 6 greater coins and 2 major coins. Should any team find both of these major coins, they win. And, well, the prize for winning such a game for those 2 factions is me. Because, well, you know what they're after. As for the academy, I have already put a lot of thought into that, and that is what I'll get into. Act 2 is where things get a little more interesting. You see, at any point in the game, each team's representative may call upon me for a hint, which they get unlimited on, as to the locations of the coins. However, that is where another catch comes into play. Should you request a hint, you must play another game, The Devil and the Fool, a card game. And rules are basically, they must, or I, the dealer, input a set of cards horizontally, tarot cards specifically, and the pool, or the player, is to sort of pick a card and pick a value, high or low, or straight or reversed in tarot deluge. And should they choose right, they win, and they get a hint as the location of the coin. But if they lose, I take something from them of equal value to what they want, aka my life. Are you starting to understand things a little more?
So let me get this straight. You want to challenge our enemies to a game.
And it is a game that if they accept, they must follow the rules.
I see. So you're going to use a demon deal to ensure that they follow through?
Exactly. Because one of the major rules is that while they are on playing grounds, they cannot cause harm or instigate any violence whatsoever or otherwise be eliminated.
This is an incredibly peculiar plan, and don't. I can't quite say I like it so far, but
This means it
it's.
gets more interesting. You see, what if I told you, as I may as well tell Death as well, that after the game ends, either in a tie or home field win, somehow, by some miracle, a barrier is cast around the academy that an escape. And let's say before a blood moon, we have witches and demons right before our eyes to be slaughtered.
I see. So the game is bait.
Exactly. And that is where Act 3 comes in, the culling game. And also the effectiveness of this plan also banks on Apollyon, who would be riling them up from the inside out wherever he goes.
Quick pause. What is
Mhm.
Apollyon doing right now?
Apollyon is making his rounds.
Is he anywhere nearby?
Yes.
Okay, roll me a d20 for Apollyon. Also, Prudwin, roll me a d20. Soma is too focused on what he's saying.
Oh boy. 14.
Natural.
Prudwin, you don't know where, but somebody is nearby. Somebody is attempting to listen to this conversation.
Pridwin kind of like looks up.
I wouldn't say
and, like,
tempting. Apollyon rolled a natural 1.
It's not Apollyon that's listening.
Oh,
Um,
fuck.
There's somebody else.
Pridwin puts his finger up like mid in the middle of Soma's sentence and says, "Someone is listening." And he's gonna look around.
Sorry, Soma.
Soma, roll me a d20. Perception check, so bonus.
19.
Oh, yeah. Almost immediately, it's like you know. You turn your head to the side, and it's Draco. He appears to have been coming toward you, but, like, stopped near the trees, his hands in his pockets, his head down. Just, it almost looks like he was trying not to listen, but he has definitely heard something that is making him look uncomfortable.
He gestures him to come over.
Draco, shoving his hands further in his pockets, slowly walks over and stands a foot or so, a few feet off from you.
Thankfully, I think because you are one of the very few people, other than Apollyon and Pridwin, that I can trust with this.
So you see, you say this, and you see him shift his hand out of his pocket, and kind of curl his fingers inward near his chest and look at it. On the back of his hand, you see this circle. It's a circle tattoo, for lack of a better word. And as you look at it, you peer at it, you realize that there are two circles. The symbol looks familiar to you.
Uh, see, and well, what is it then?
You roll me a d20 for a memory check.
That's an 8.
You have seen this circle on a piece of paper that was calling you to a meeting.
Okay. Well, yeah, I figured out what the so I wasn't asking what the circle was. I know what it was. It was, what is he trying to say?
You said that you're one of the only, like, he's one of the only people you can trust, and he is reminiscing about that and revealing that he is completely dedicated to the inner circle.
Um, he looks at him and he nods and he says, "Not all members of the inner circle may agree with this sort of plan I've come up with, but if it is to succeed, and that is what it does, it could honestly be an utter victory for us."
So I have a
Prid-
question.
Yes, ask away.
What was Pridwood about to do before he asks?
Pridwin says, I think it's actually quite clever. However, I'm a bit concerned about collateral damage.
And I have thought of as well. I'm going to, once I have done enough prep work and figured out how this deal making shit happens, I'm going to speak with her. She is the first player in all of this, and the most important one other than myself.
So here is my question, Draco says, running a hand through his, white blonde hair. I'm curious how you propose to inform everyone about this. Are you going to hold some sort of ingenious parlay? A member from
Yeah,
each group in the meeting space?
that is exactly what I'm going to do.
It's an extremely risky move, but if everyone was to abide by the rules, it would be somewhat unheard of.
It would be a game unlike anything we've ever heard of before.
I think you should consider throwing the cowboy into this mix. He knows a little
Sure.
something about games. You see this kind of standoffish look for a moment as he remembers.
He says, "Oh, trust me, he's going to play a very important role in all of this. Actually, next time I see him, I was going to ask him for a little help in the card game department,
Yeah, he'd be
because
the one for it.
this all banks on it, even in the rules of this game. Nothing says I cannot play favorites. There's technically no rules involving myself, but that's that's the interesting thing is that uh, this whole plan, despite luring them in, even if I can play against the attacking teams, they still have the chance of winning me over. So if they can get that key to hell, then of course they're going to play the game. However, I'm sort of engineering this game so that enough skill with the card game specifically, if they decide to ask for a hint, I can tear them down during the game.
It's kind of ingenious, Draco says. Kind of really scary. He squints at you,
And
analyzing your face.
I'm sure you may have thought that there's a problem with the rules. You see, if you need two of the major coins to win, well, what if two separate teams have one major coin? There's no violence, so how could they get it? That's the loophole. If two separate teams get a coin and they're opposing each other, then it ends the game. But they are still trapped on campus with no effect after the game ends, and we can kill.
And they don't know who threw up the barrier.
Exactly.
And if the witches are already paranoid, they'll have no way of knowing if it was one of the other witch factions or if it was us.
Chaos. But that's where I'm going to ask Death for help. See, in order for this to work, I need to make the campus the grounds for the game. But even if there's a no violence rule, it would still be sort of bad if there was too many students on campus. So I was going to sort of work around it with her and trying to keep only the engaging players on the battlefield.
Draco
Regardless.
is still looking at your face, but you finally see him give this almost reluctant nod. Alright. Just tell us what you need, he says, looking over at Pridwin.
I need coins, specifically custom pressed ones that are important.
So you want some custom metal work done.
Yes.
I think I know somebody who would be able to help you with that.
But after that, I would need, well, all I would need after that is to learn how to make deals myself.
Can't be too difficult, right?
Suppose you're right.
Unless you're saying there's some sort of magic behind it or something.
Not entirely sure. Apollyon showed it to me, but I still didn't quite understand how it works.
I see.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
If
go ahead.
my knowledge on demonology is limited, but I do believe that their contracts are magically binding.
I mean,
How exactly that magic works is beyond me.
demons do love making their deals. That has been the joke, hasn't it?
But with this deal paired with the, the importance of my existence so far and everything, it could make way for this game just to be so important to every single faction that they will play it undoubtedly. And should it go as planned, and hopefully it will, with Apollyon stirring up their ranks, they could go perfectly.
Well, if you want custom metal work, there's only one person I can think of that can get it done for you. And you've already met him.
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 I'll speak with him.
He's looking at you, like, expectantly, like, how did you not think of this?
I thought about it, I just wasn't sure.
We've only got a
Well,
whole demon forge underneath the academy, you know, it's normal, it's nothing.
mm-hmm.
Pridwin! This is probably the first time you're hearing about the Hellforge.
Yeah, Pridwin just says, "There's a what under the academy?"
Alright, you're a little new here, aren't you? It's fine, don't worry about it. You see him, like, turning away from you, his hand subconsciously moving up to what looks to be an earring in his ear.
Yeah.
Did I say he had the earring on, or does she have the earring on? I think he has the earring on. He definitely has it on because he was with you guys, not her.
Yeah. Also, I should add that despite Soma's tired outward demeanor, he is ecstatic in his head and so proud of coming up with this, because I am too.
I just want you to know
Good.
that as a DM, who has created this world, listening to this whole thing, you have equally horrified me and given me so much anticipation for the plot that I am about to write. So congratulations. You
You
did
better
it.
be excited.
Oh, you have no fucking idea.
Yep.
So yeah, Draco, like, he lowers his hand from the cross earring, and Pridwin, you're probably gonna want to ask about that, but he looks off distantly as if he's remembering something.
Hold on, I didn't hear you quite right. What was the thing you said I should probably ask about?
The Hellforge. Yeah, I'm sure you
Okay.
probably want to, like, interrogate somebody about that, but he kind of clears his throat, looking at Soma to see if you are finished.
Soma is going to say, I'll let you guys continue with your conversation. I'm probably going to leave in a moment here, but Draco, I'm going to have you call an inner circle meeting. I'm going to break the sort of thing with everyone else, but
Before
don't tell
you
Finn.
do,
Oh, yes.
before you do, he says, I think you should check in with your niece.
Why?
She's up to something.
Just like
Oh.
her, I suppose.
Yes, I found one of her checklists. I put it back because I don't want to steal things, but
Quick pause. Soma, you remember a certain somebody getting dragged to the office because of a certain plan that a certain 9-year-old put into fruition? I'm just throwing that out there.
Yes, yes. Yeah, Soma is just going to begin walking towards the office.
oh, that actually reminds me. Pridwin holds up a finger.
Yes.
And he starts rummaging through his bag and pulls out a couple of, like, flyers, basically. And he hands one to Draco and says, please give this to Viper. And then he offers one to Soma.
What is this?
On the flyer it says, free shield lessons. See Pridwin.
Oh god.
Okay. I suppose we're going to be needing training. Actually, I will debrief you all on into further detail on this plan. I gave you guys like the minimum detail on everything in this plan. I have thought about everything. So I will see you guys later. I'm gonna go say hi to Katya, and then I'm gonna go get some coins.
I should probably go with you.
Very well.
Katya's checklist did say that she needed to speak to me.
Okay. Well, Draco, you go get the others. Not Sadie. I'll debrief her. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Just grab Sadie. We're just gonna get everyone together.
He kind of squints at you. Think maybe you should talk to your girlfriend about this yourself, like alone, because you know she's not gonna be happy with you.
Exactly.
So
And I
you
know
want
she.
a witness to make sure she doesn't kill you. I see.
Yes. Yes. And so I'll see you later. We'll figure this out.
He watches the direction you're heading and he goes, "Where are you going?"
To the office.
She's not in the office. That's why I came looking for you.
Oh.
I
Where is
don't
she?
know where she is. I
God,
thought maybe she'd be with you.
Nobody knows where she went?
I
Ashford
wouldn't
can't
say that. I also haven't seen somebody else. He crosses his arms.
Liam. Okay.
Correct. And don't get me wrong, the dude's an asshole, but he kind of pauses. He wouldn't hurt Kat, if that's what you're thinking.
No, I know he wouldn't. Well, if you can do me one other favor to bring all of those pieces and deck of cards over to the silence, that would be very helpful. I will see you later.
Yeah. He nods and he starts doing what you're telling him to do. He starts gathering things up.
He's gonna go over to Liam's room.
So you guys start walking toward the cabins, and it's the same thing, Soma. You and Pridwin are walking, and you're getting those pitying glances, but less so with you. You're also getting really uncomfortable looks. Have you tried to conceal your horn at all?
Yes, actually, he's wearing his hood.
Okay, so you've got your hood up, so not as many uncomfortable looks as it would have been had you not, but there are a few people who seem to know that something is up.
Uh-huh.
While we're walking, Pridwin also says, so, what on earth is the Demon Forge?
Oh, well, just a heads up, the guy who runs it is, how do I put this? Deaf, and so he can't really speak that well. So you know, keep that in mind. As for the Demon Forge part, terrifying. Um, I'll explain that once we're on our way there. First, let's find Kat and Liam.
Oh, certainly.
You guys keep walking. It does not take you long to get to the cabin where all the teamless people reside. And you walk in, and interestingly enough, they are not the first people you see. You see a girl who appears to be in a hurry. She is tying an apron around her, like her waist, like a full, it looks like something that you would see a barista wear. And then she goes to pull her ponytail back and up, and she almost crashes into you at the door, very distracted. I'm going to post a picture. I don't know if I think Soma has seen her before. Pridwin, you definitely have no fucking clue who this person is.
We'll see.
Where is she? It is this girl.
Oh yes, I believe I've seen her around.
Full like Letterman's jacket on for the DWMA and everything.
He looks down. He's like, "Are you okay?"
She stops and looks up and she says, I'm late. I'm so sorry." And she puts a hand on your, like, not hard to like push you out of the way, but just like to move past you.
Okay.
Apologies.
So
Good luck.
sorry. And she rushes out the door.
Good luck, I guess. Okay, let's find Liam.
Yes.
You guys start walking towards Liam's room. The door is shut, but you hear clicking from inside. Familiar sound to you, Soma, because you know how much of a techie Liam is.
Yep. He knocks on the door.
You're just gonna knock straight up?
Yep.
So, you knock on the door and the clicking stops.
I know you're in there.
Roll me a d20. Perception.
Oh.
Me too?
Yeah, sure. You both can.
7.
I rolled a 9.
Okay, you do not hear anything inside of the room, but you, Pridwin, actually do. You
I got a
see...
higher roll than him, what?
Yeah. Yeah, he got a 9, I got a 7.
Yeah, but here's the thing. You are standing behind Soma. Soma is listening at the door. You see, it's not what you hear. It is what you see behind you. You see somebody kind of coming out of the door next to you, which is why it worked like this. You see this guy.
Oh?
He's coming out. He's just got done pulling a hoodie on, and as you're looking at his face, you don't recognize him, but you see features that you just saw a second ago. He doesn't seem to notice you as he starts to pull his hood up and turn towards like the kitchen area.
Soma whispers to Pridwin. He says, "That guy's kind of dressed like Liam."
Kind of, yes.
When did Liam become so popular?
I didn't even think it was possible.
Neither did I. I mean, he's my friend, but like, what the fuck? He begins to knock on the door louder, by the way. Oh, you go?
Oh, I was gonna say Pridwin will knock on the door if Soma doesn't again.
Yeah.
Finally, the door slowly opens just enough so that you can see an eye staring out at you. The familiar mask blocking, his face.
Yeah. Hi.
Can I help you with something?
Where's Katya?
What do you mean?
Well, on her list it said she wanted to punch you, and we haven't seen her.
She always wants to punch me. He starts to close the door. He seems to be in a hurry.
She wrote it down on a list. He like puts his foot in front of the door, and you were on a list of things to do, which was punch, and she's gone missing.
You
Apparently.
hear the sliding of a window behind Liam. He stops. You hear a soft voice from behind him. Status report. There's a
Status
pause,
report.
and then she looks at, you can see a figure kind of lift their head from behind him, and she goes, "Oh boy."
Soma just opened the door and he's like, status report. You're plotting without me, but I'm also plotting without you. What's going on here? Are we interplotting right now?
Why is there so much
She-
scheming going on?
She is holding something that catches your attention, Fridwin. It is an animal carrier.
Oh, what is that for?
Nothing, she says, and slides it behind her back instantly.
You're lying.
Katya?
You're my nephew. I know you're lying.
Niece, first of all, she points at you. And second of all, yeah,
Right.
because you were busy and I didn't want to bother you.
No, you can actually bother me because I'm actually plotting something. Anyway, how are you guys doing? I just wanted to make sure you were safe.
Are you asking her how she's doing?
Yes.
I'm fine, she says. Roll me an insight
yeah.
check.
Oh man, I rolled the same thing twice. I rolled an 8.
I'll roll an insight too. 13?
Well, you wouldn't say she's fine, but she
Yeah.
also doesn't look to be, she's not crying. She's definitely not depressed.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I know what that's like right now.
God. Katya, could you please tell us what's going on?
She looks at Liam. Liam looks at her. No. She smiles awkwardly.
Katya,
Well,
please.
Could you at least
don't
help?
worry about it. I'm gonna be okay. I have this asshole to take care of me. She points at Liam. Liam just begins to rub at the bridge of his nose. You see, you hear a whisper come from behind his mask that just says, "Help me."
Katya,
Fair enough.
Katya, can you please be honest with me and tell me what on earth you're doing with a pet carrier?
She sighs and sets the pet carrier down. You realize as she does that it is empty. She goes and she sits on Liam's bed, much to his chagrin, but he doesn't say anything about it. He slowly opens the door the rest of the way and seats himself at his desk. And for the first time, Pridwin, you see Liam's room. It is just full. This is a techie. This is beyond techie. He's got 4 monitors of different shapes and sizes. There's all kinds of stuff over top of it, and it looks like there's some kind of device on the table, and it looks like he's making something.
Who's a gamer?
Pridwin's marveling at this because he's probably never seen this much technology in a single place ever.
Probably not.
Huh. Oh, yes. Pridwin proceeds to hand 2 flyers out, one to Katya and one to Liam.
She squints at it and looks at you. Liam does the same exact thing.
All of you
Just-
need to learn how to block.
Yeah, Dad says that a lot too. She says, kind of sets the flyer down, looking distracted.
Pridwin says, well, you are my partner and I'm a shield. That's kind of my entire purpose.
She goes a little rigid when you say this. But she doesn't say anything.
Alright. Katya, please tell me what's going on.
She and Liam look at each other again. Fine, but you can't tell anybody, okay? And you're not allowed to talk me out of it.
I will try to hold my tongue.
She rubs at her temples. Liam says, we're gonna commit crime. She says, it's not crime! Technically, I mean, he's dead, so...
Wait, hold on. One.
What?
who, and two, me too.
What?
What
Brennan,
is
like,
wrong with this family? Liam says, running a hand through his hair.
Brennan, like, looks back between them and says, "What do you mean you're going to commit a crime?"
She looks over at Liam and says, "Status report." He sighs, and you see that he grabs something off of the machine in front of him, and he holds up what looks like a key card.
Uh.
The plan is the big scary guy that wanted to hurt me
Which one?
with the red hair.
Oh,
Oh,
the
the
one
one that I beat to death?
another one. Yeah, the one Pridwin killed.
Yeah. Well, he had an office in the admin wing, and it's been locked with a key card. We're gonna break
Had an
in.
office.
That's hardly a crime.
Yes, he did try to murder us.
And that's it, right? She says, looking over at Liam. Liam, his eyes move between her and you two, and her and you two, and he goes, yes, that's it. That's the whole plan.
You're lying.
She goes, "You're a bad liar on purpose, aren't you?" And he goes, "Look, I think it's a bad decision, but I'm also not gonna argue with you because I don't want to get punched again."
Please, just so far, my only concern about this is that you two are doing this alone.
They make eye
Please
contact
tell me
again.
what the plan is.
We're not completely alone.
Oh,
There's another knock on the window, and you see a figure poke their head down.
Oh no.
It's Sadie. Alright, I think everything's ready, so how are we doing? And then she, like, as she leans on the windowsill, she sees you two, and she goes, "Oh shit." And Katya goes, "Yeah."
Soma looks at her and says, "Oh shit."
Why on earth is everybody keeping secrets?
And it's everyone in my family.
"Well, you were busy," Sadie says, kind of, almost a little distantly. Like, maybe she's a teensy bit hurt that she hasn't seen you in 3 days. You know, just a little.
Yes, you're right. But I have a reason for it. And I just wanted to make sure you guys were okay with what you were doing to make sure your guys' schemes don't interlap with my own.
Well, that depends entirely on what we find in the office. Because of the second part of the plan that doesn't exist, Liam says, looking at her, and she goes, "Oh my god, you're so bad at this."
Please just tell me what phase 2 of the plan is.
Lee, I want to know, and I want you to take part in it. It may actually be useful.
So, he was obviously a, what do you call those things that live in the dirt and they burrow around?
Excuse me?
Mole?
That's what he is. Liam rubbing the bridge of his nose. He was obviously one of those things, right? And that
Yes.
means, well, Mom says that good UCs always have to check in. Every little bit, they have to check in with their home base. So I was thinking that there must be something to tell us when and where he was meeting this person.
That is good.
And then we were totally going to tell the professors about it. She sighs and rubs at the bridge of her nose now.
You
Soma
are
stops
not
and,
going to go meet this person.
Soma is going to stop them and he says, "Get the information and meet back at the inner circle in about, I don't know, in 2 hours."
"So you don't want to help," Sadie says from the window.
I can help, however. What information you guys get may be very, very, very useful.
"So why don't you go with her?" Sadie says, kind of a little standoffishly and rises from the window. Tell me what's going down, she says to Katya specifically, and then starts to walk off outside. Liam looks at you so much, he just goes, I wouldn't want to be you right now.
Yeah, well, we'll figure it out. We have more scary things to deal with right now. He just jumps out the window and starts following the two of them.
Oh.
Sadie's by herself, so...
Yeah.
Kat and Liam are still in the room, so are you going after Sadie, or...?
He's going to stick his head out the window and say, yo, where are you going?
To finish my preparations that your niece has so lovingly instructed me with, she says, glancing inside the window. Katya just crosses her arms and kind of looks away.
Right. Where's this office?
In the admin wing, Katya says.
Take me.
Is it ready? Liam turns the key card in his hands, and then he reaches over and presses it to another device on his desk, and there's this whirring sound for a second, and then there's a beep, and he says, I think it should work. Alright, let's go, she says, gets up, shoving her hands in her pockets, and in her hoodie pockets, and starting to walk out Liam's door.
I'm coming with you.
Yeah, I would hope so. And you guys start walking. Is there anything you want to talk about while you guys walk to the academy?
No. Someone's probably just going to be looking through his deck of tarot cards.
Katya.
You say this to her, and she kind of pulls her... She's wearing a bright yellow hoodie, which you've often seen her in before, with like a sunflower pattern. Or she has 3 trees on the front of it, that's what she wears. And she kind of pulls her hood up as you're walking, and you notice she does this as you're getting those pitying stares from everybody.
Pridwood's just gonna continue and say, I hope that I didn't offend you with what I said the other night.
What did you say? She says.
Well, I was mentioning partnering with another person, and I thought that maybe I might have hurt your feelings. Just given the way that you reacted.
She kind of pauses in her step for half a second. She says, I was just a little upset, that's all. Roll me a d20 insight check.
Oh boy. Ooh. And 15?
She is definitely not being truthful in that statement.
Katya, please, could you just... I will be transparent with you, always. Please, just tell me. Instead of hiding things from me.
Look, no offense, she says to you, but you're new here. And I really like you, and I'm totally fine with partnering with you until Dad comes back. If he comes back, Liam says. He's coming back, she says angrily. But, like, there are just some things that I can't talk about, okay? Soma, this is news to you because you have never known Katya to be good at keeping secrets or to try and hide one this long.
Please, Look, I just want to know what's going on with me.
What do you mean with you?
I have partnered with, so far, 3 people. You, Yeri, and Viper. You and Viper, I have had extremely unusual resonances with. I just want to know what that means.
She is very pointedly not making eye contact with either of you. I can't talk about it. This is also news to you so much. She is being very firm, and she's not her usual smiley, giggly self either. She is head down, hands in her pockets, avoiding everything.
I will not continue to pry if this is important to you, but I just want to know.
She looks at you for a really long moment, and there's something in her eyes. Like she's battling with herself. And then you just hear her murmur, I can't talk about it. And picks up her speed to get ahead of you guys a little bit. And as she does, Liam sighs under his breath, and you see his gaze has been averted this whole time, and he murmurs to you, I don't think it's gonna be that easy.
I
Nothing ever
don't
is.
expect it to be.
I've never seen her like this. I'm gonna be honest with you.
So we've gotten a little heated as of late, so I don't exactly blame her.
Usually she's trying to cheer everyone up, especially when something like this happens. Even when her parents died, well, you know. So, I don't think it's just what happened with Lewis. I think there's something going on, but I can't figure her out, and I'm not gonna pry. She's already broken my nose once.
It's her mom.
She broke your nose.
I don't want to talk about it.
Of course.
In my defense, he glares over at you, Soma. Soma and Douglas weakened it for her. Soma, you have a flash of a memory of slamming Liam's face into a cafeteria table.
While Douglas was holding him.
While Douglas was holding him.
That was fun. Yeah, he thinks to himself and he says, I'm pretty sure she mentioned something about her mom. I didn't see her, but
She's never really talked about them around me. As far as I know, she hasn't really talked about them around Douglas either, unless you're talking about Eliza.
Talking about Eliza.
What did she say? At this point, you guys have walked into the academy, and you are heading towards the stairs to go up to the second wing.
He's like, well, I don't really know much, but said something about her being here.
Pridwin!
Yep.
You gonna say anything on this subject, or are we gonna keep walking?
Hang on, yes, she was here.
Apollyon, unsure a lot to say about the subject. You can.
Apollyon can join them if you would like.
He's gonna continue making his rounds.
Okay, continue.
I saw her in the cabin.
This is news to both Liam and Soma. Liam kind of stops and looks at you. What do you mean you saw her?
You saw her what now?
So I am speculating here. However, the other night before the incident, Katya was in the bathroom, and she was, I think you recall, Soma, the state she was in.
Yes.
She wasn't alone in there. The medical supplies and everything that were in there, had apparently been because her mother got inside the cabin, specifically through the window in Katya and Douglas's room,
Uh-huh.
and she had attempted to help treat the injuries, but
Right.
well, it wasn't exactly a skilled job.
Eliza
that's-
was never the medical type.
Yes, that's aside the point. So she, while I was trying to tend to Katya, ran from the cabin, and Soma apparently caught her at some point, and
You mean Apollyon?
or Apollyon, yeah. Sorry, Apollyon. And he spoke to her. I didn't hear or see any of it, but well, from what I understand, she was herself, but not. Something was off about her, I suppose. I didn't really get much of a description, and I didn't get a good look at her when I was searching the bathroom.
Would you like to roll me a d20 to remember what she looked like, Pridwin?
I do remember what she looked like. Although I don't know if Pridwin necessarily saw her apart from like the silhouette in the bathroom with the eyes.
Fair enough, fair enough.
I saw her silhouette and her eyes, but other than that, I didn't really get a good look at her.
Seeing as she's been gone for a while, she's probably not in a very good condition, considering her state.
Yes.
I don't understand. If she was here, where did she go? Why isn't she with Kat? You know she would give anything to be with Kat again.
Suppose
Yes.
we'll have to ask Apollyon.
Right.
Yeah, so I didn't really have much of an opportunity to talk to Apollyon about it, and I've been in my room for the past couple days.
Yeah.
As you guys are saying this, you realize that you have made it to the admin wing, and Kat is standing with her hands in her pockets, her head down, leaned against the wall, and you guys kind of stop beside her, and she looks up at you. Took you long enough.
Is this it?
Yeah, she says, looking at a door. You see, a lot of the professor's offices have what look to be key cards that open and close them. The door that you guys are by, it looks to be a temporary office. It doesn't have a name on the door, any of that stuff, but there is definitely a key card there.
Alright, let's get in here.
Try to be careful when touching anything. If this man worked with a witch, I wouldn't be surprised if this place is trapped.
Look for any curse tags.
That's uncomfortable, Liam says, walking forward, and you see him glancing over his shoulders uncomfortably. Let's see if anybody's around. Oh, shit. So... Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Liam doesn't seem to notice anybody, and you guys are kind of looking around. And he reaches up and he swipes this key card. You hear a whirring sound, and then it clicks and it lights up green. He glances at you guys uneasily and then reaches in and grabs the handle.
Soma is going to immediately grab his hand away.
He stops.
You never know if they're going to be trapped. Is there any other way we can open this?
Oh, it's a door with a key card, man.
Here, let me take a look at it. Can Pridwin try to see if he can notice anything that would indicate that it's the handle's trapped?
Roll me a d20.
Whoop. And 17.
You crouch down and you run your fingers along the edge of the door. You peer through the cracks in the sides, trying to see if there's anything between the door and the wall. Maybe you're doing your best, but you're not seeing anything completely that looks sketchy. You do, as you're looking though, hear a voice from behind you.
Oh.
Aren't you kids a little young to be breaking and entering?
Not young enough.
We're not breaking and entering.
Right. You turn to look, and Iger is leaning against the wall a little ways down the hallway, sipping a cup of coffee.
Great. It's great that you're
Iger.
here. Rico end up contacting you.
Already heard, he says. So tell me what meeting has to do with you breaking into the temp office.
Well, this was the office that the red-haired asshole was in, and
I know, he says, taking another drink.
has it already been searched?
Not well enough, he says, looking at you over the rim.
Well, we're just conducting an investigation.
An investigation that may help us in the meeting we're going to have soon.
I can get behind that. And then he pauses and he turns his head, hearing something. You hear the sound of, it sounds like maybe high heels moving down the hallway, and he goes, shit, 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 and he backs up towards you guys and like stands in front of the key card and the door a little bit, and Liam kind of is next to him looking confused and slightly concerned, and he goes, act normal, and Kati goes, you mean like you aren't doing?
Soma starts smoking a cigarette.
In the building?
Yes, I mean, that's normal for Soma.
Jesus fucking Christ, which is not allowed, but okay, let's see what happens here. Pridwin, what are you doing while this is happening?
He just pulls out his notebook and starts pretending to write on it.
So as you guys are doing this, you see... I gotta find her picture. Wow, what did I do with her? Holy shit. Where did she go? No! Where did it go? Am I just in the wrong folder entirely? Is that what's happening here? Is that, I hate it here sometimes. Did it go into my fucking OneDrive? Okay, well, I have a really cool picture of her somewhere. There is a woman that you do not recognize coming towards you. She kind of almost immediately stops when she gets close to you guys and starts looking you up and down. Well, this doesn't look suspicious at all.
I get that a lot.
Fredwin just looks up, tips his helmet, and says, "Good evening." Good evening.
Right, she says. Here, found her picture. It's OneDrive fucking me over again. That's literally what is happening here.
Man.
Fucking OneDrive. Yeah, she's looking you guys up and down very uneasily. Alright, spill it. What's going on?
We're just hanging out.
She kind of runs a hand through her hair. Yeah.
I'm just, requesting a training session with my teacher over here.
Is that so? And what kind of training would you be getting from him? She leans down and she has this kind of peculiar grin on her face, like she knows you're full of shit.
Soma grins and he says, "Oh, combat training. We do it every once in a while, actually."
Katya is just got like face in her hand at this point.
Pridwin pulls out one of his flyers and says, "Oh, yes, I'm here to assist in teaching blocking."
Iger turns and looks at you slowly and just squints at you. And she mutters, well, he could use some work in that technique. And Iger starts grumbling. Nikita, this is not the time. She just crosses her arms. I'll leave when I'm sure that you're not up to something sketchy.
Okay.
She just stands there watching you. Liam kind of glances at you sideways, and you hear him whisper, what do we do?
Soma takes a long drag of his cigarette, puffs it, and puts it out. And he says, well, I mean, other than standing here, what's so sketchy?
I don't know. The fact that all of you are very out of place in the admin wing, clearly standing in front of a room that was just recently under investigation and has been locked and the keycard taken away. Oh, and the fact that Iger looks suspicious as shit, she says, grinning.
Well, to be fair, he always looks suspicious as shit, but we just found him here.
He says!
God, Pridwin's also, like, handing one of the flyers over to Iger.
Iger, like,
that he
just
needs to learn how to block.
slowly takes it, and you see his fingers, like, crumbling the end of it a little with irritation as he grabs it.
We were all coming to find him, and we learned he was in the admin wing after I texted him, so we just came over here.
Come on, guys. I know you're up to some shit, and I get it. I know you had issues with this guy. I've heard plenty of things. Just let me in on it. We're supposed to be partners, she says, looking to Iger. You see a distant look on his face when she says this.
Wait. He's like pointing to the both of them. This is a thing.
What?
He like pointed them both. He's like, this is a thing. This is happening.
You hear them answer at the same time, and Iger says no, and she says yes.
Right. I think I know what's a little more suspicious here.
She straightens a bit and kind of looks a little bit defensive, and she says, I'm from the South American branch. I was transferred here just recently to be Iger's new partner. And apparently there are some issues with that, she says, squinting at him. Iger is not making eye contact with her.
Soma, like, puts his arm on, his hand on her shoulder, and he says, you came at a horrible time.
You think I don't know that? She gives you a very serious look. You don't know what I've seen.
You're right. I probably don't. But, let's just say you're walking into a... how do I put this?
A burning trash heap?
A fire tornado.
That's also accurate.
You're trying to replace his dad, Katya says. And when she says this, she just looks at you, Pridwin, with just this half second of hostility, and then it's gone. Iger clears his throat, and he says, it's not like that. And Nikita says, oh, I know it is. I'm very well aware what shoes I'm trying to fill.
Well, this is awkward.
Look, it's clear that you don't trust me. I get it. But she kind of reaches over and hesitantly puts a hand on Iger's shoulder. He kind of flinches away from her a bit. Just be careful, alright? And then she starts to walk off down the hallway, kind of reluctantly.
Soma looks to Iger and he says, so, is she inner circle material or not to be trusted?
I don't know. He watches her go, and she is fine. This is a fine-looking woman walking down the hallway, turning the corner. She's in this little black dress. tattooed down half of her body, her hair brightly colored. He sighs. I just think it's suspicious that everyone from the South American branch was either killed or drastically injured, and she looks like this. That's all.
That is a fair assessment. We should keep our eye on her. In the meantime, how about we get to our unsuspicious work?
The second she's around the corner, Liam turns the knob and pushes the door open and backs into the room.
Alright, let's go in, boys.
Pridwin's immediately looking around. He says, if this place has already been searched, I can't imagine there's going to be many traps left.
Searched.
If there were any.
That's what he said. He gives you the finger quotes. He says, searched. I know that they cleared this place of curse tags, and there were some, trust me. He has this distant look in his eyes. So it's safe, but it hasn't been given a real good look over yet.
Yes,
You
if
pick
there's...
books.
Pridwin's already picking up books.
Liam,
so-
you take the computer if there is one.
Let me describe what you see before you guys go crazy. You walk into this room, and there is a set of desks on the left side of the room, 2 of them. It seems like it was kind of divided a little bit between that office space. And then there are chairs at these desks. There's not a whole lot of stuff on these desks that you can see. And then it's like a pretty usual room on the right side of the room. There's like a couch against the wall for like advisement meetings and stuff. That doesn't look like it's been used very much. There's like a potted plant to the right of it. There is a filing cabinet next to, like, in between the 2 desks. And then I think that's it.
Alright.
Yep.
Wait, is
If
there a
you-
computer in this room? I don't know if I
There
can
is
see
not.
that. Okay.
If you find anything that the investigation team obviously passed over, it's safe to assume that it's probably still dangerous.
It's possible, so be careful, yeah? Iger says, and then he puts his hands in his pockets and he leans against the wall next to the doorway. He's clearly going to let you guys do the investigating. He is watching the room for any signs of danger.
Okay. Soma lights a cigarette real quick and says, "Trust me, you really want to watch out for those curse tags."
Katya glances at you from the side and then looks away as you say this.
Oh yes, I've seen what some of them can do.
Trust me. I've seen firsthand. He sort of drifts away and starts searching through files.
So you're looking through the filing cabinet and it's very, like, empty. Like, there's just not a lot here. The room looks clean and just not used very much. So yeah, this is the point where the Danganronpa investigate flashes across the screen, and let's see what clues you guys can find. Tell me where you want to look.
Pridwin's going to start checking like the baseboards and like underneath desks and shit for like hidden, if there's like anything hidden.
You are checking the baseboards. They all seem to be nailed in place. You begin searching under the desks as well. You do not see anything. There's some gum under one, a little bit of trash that is like accumulated the normal amount, but nothing crazy. It looks like it hasn't been cleaned underneath the desks in a while.
Wait. Someone's going to look for any loose
Any loose what?
floorboards.
Roll me a d20.
Oh, well, why am I on my email? Okay, I rolled a 10.
Let's see if... Oh my god!
Oh.
That was a crit. Okay! You start looking at the floorboards. And as you're doing this, Katya, stops what she's doing and starts watching you. And you're coming up empty. Like there's no creaking or anything. Like it just seems normal in here. And then you feel something on your arm as she grabs your wrist, and she's looking at something very intently.
What is it?
You follow her gaze, and the couch on the far wall, she's looking near the like the legs of it, and there are scuff marks on the floor where clearly this couch has been moved repeatedly, and it has marred the floor.
You're brilliant, Katya. And he begins pushing the couch.
You push the couch out. You begin searching the back wall. Once again, there does not appear to be any loose panels. The floorboards are intact back there as well.
What about the wall?
Wall seems fine. A bit scratched at the back where like you can tell like it's been pushed against it and it's worn like a thin line, but that's about it.
Pridwin's gonna check the couch itself for like holes or maybe even like a zipper.
Roll me a d20.
Yeah,
oh, whoop. 15.
Okay. Tell me what part of the couch you're looking on. Are you looking at the cushions? Are you looking at the back of it? Are you looking at the front of it? What's up?
He's specifically checking like the back and like underneath it.
Interesting. So you start checking the back. It looks pretty normal to you. Couch looks comfy. Looks fairly comfy, but definitely not used. And you grab the front end and you go to lift it and you hear something. There's a faint sliding sound.
They're hiding something inside the couch.
I knew it. Katya says, like comes to help you, and you guys tip the couch onto its back so that the bottom is facing you. And you can see, you know, under couches they have that like that lining stapled.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's still stapled.
Soma turns his hand into a sword and cuts it open.
You cut it open, and instantly a file folder with papers spills out onto the ground in front of you messily. You kind of hold your breath when this happens because you're almost expecting something bad to happen, and nothing does.
Soma picks up one of the folders and opens it.
You pick it up. There is an accumulation of documents in this, of varying shapes and sizes and varying material. One important thing you see at the top, it says cursed item near the top, and that's why it catches your eye. You start reading, and there's not much information on the page. There's a picture with like a question mark symbol on it, and it says name unknown, location unknown, status intact, goal discover location, utilize. And then at the bottom it says mirror question mark, and somebody has written this like by their own hand. It's not the text like on the normal part of the paper.
So he was looking for some sort of cursed mirror?
You roll me a d20 actually. Let's see if you notice anything when you say that.
I'm gonna also do that.
16.
Also 16.
There is just a moment. The two of you, when we're having this conversation, when you hear a shifting from behind you, Iger is once again very pointedly not making eye contact with you.
You know what it is, don't you?
No, he says, still looking away.
Iger, we both know you're really bad at lying.
Yeah, Dad always told me that. He clears his throat and he says, well, you've seen Death's Mirror. I mean, it's how she gets around, right? That's probably what they're talking about.
That's what I suspected it would be.
Roll me another d20 insight check.
5.
You aren't sure, Soma. That seems to make a lot of sense to you. but there's something about the way he says it that just is off to you. You can't tell like what specifically is off or what's wrong with the statement. There's just something about it that's a little strange. What
He
else is in
looks
there? He says quickly.
He looks at
What?
Iger afterwards and like holds the folders down and he says, Iger, is there anything you're not telling us?
No.
Would Death's Mirror even be labeled as a cursed object?
I mean, it's used by Death. Don't you think it would have some kind of weird title like that? He says defensively.
Yes,
That's
but
true.
considering that the Academy keeps cursed artifacts, I would imagine that we'd probably not file the thing that Death uses as cursed.
I don't know. You've been in the
Maybe-
warehouse, man. Maybe there's something else down there. He looks away from you.
Soma looks at Pridwin and he says, maybe it's not under any file specifically.
Well, clearly it's important. Clearly, it's important if he keeps lying to not tell us what it really is.
Regardless, I know exactly what they're trying to use this mirror for, and I'm not excited about it.
There is another piece of paper attached to this one, stapled together, or dog-eared together, really.
He pulls it out.
You flip to the second page. There is a picture of a man you don't recognize. It looks like this picture has been torn in half. That is, paper clipped to the top of this page. And you don't recognize it, but you do recognize something in the picture. For just the corner, it looks like somebody else has their arm around this person's shoulder, and you think you recognize a very pristine sweater vest. This is an older man. He's got this like dapper mustache, goatee combo. He is dressed very, very formally, like an Irish gentleman. Like this guy looks scary and really great at the same time. And you see the same handwriting is scribbled across this piece of paper, and it says the key ? Objective locate.
I'm going to go on a wild guess. It's an old man. Couldn't have. Soma holds the picture up to Iger and he says, look familiar to you?
Actually, no, he says, leaning forward and looking at it.
Let's see.
Does he look
Well-
familiar to you? He says, looking back at you.
No. That's why I asked you.
Sorry, man. I actually legitimately have no idea who this person is.
He holds it up to Liam.
Liam looks at the picture and goes, I'm not really into old dudes, man. Sorry.
Sure.
He kind of shrugs.
I suppose we should keep an eye on this one.
Um,
Anything
does
else?
when
Oh, yeah.
Pridwin looks at it, does he notice anything, or
You also notice there's an arm around the man's shoulder. The photo is torn. Appears that the person with the arm around the shoulder is maybe wearing a sweater vest. Dude's dapper as fuck. Looks like a cool dude. Looks like he could fuck someone up.
Mm-hmm.
obviously the individual here, and he points at the figure that's in the photo, is the one that this man was looking for. If he actually no,
What does key
The-
mean? Katya says, pointing at the scribbled writing.
if I were to guess, he was looking for a key and he was looking for a mirror.
I'm one of those.
Yes, I think he was looking for you. Pridwin points over at Soma.
So
To
what's
open
the
the
old
mirror.
guy gotta do with it? Katya says.
Perhaps he thought that he might have been the key?
Or maybe this man knows something.
Very likely.
Maybe... I'm not sure. We'll have to discuss things further at the meeting.
Iger looks very uncomfortable, but is again not saying anything.
Is there anything else in these files?
Yes. So as you keep going, you see there are a lot of pictures. And as you start flipping through them, you get a feeling of just discomfort. As you see, they are pictures of you guys, your team. Even Pridwin, you're in this. But the most of the pictures are of two individuals. There's only one picture of the third. There are a lot of pictures of Katya, and there are a lot of pictures of Sadie. And there is one picture of Eliza. And all of these pictures are grouped together and pinned with a paperclip. There are also pictures of Draco and Viper in a separate grouping. There are pictures of Iger and Gabriel. There are pictures of somebody you recognize, Pridwin, as somebody who came to your window and knocked the other night. A woman who looked kind of pregnant.
Oh, yeah.
With another man. And then as you get towards the bottom, you see one other picture that you both recognize. It is a man cloaked in red with a strange mask on his face. And at the bottom of this picture, it's the only picture with writing on it. And it has BOLO in parentheses on the bottom right corner.
Olo. That's a weird name.
Katya looks at you, kind of disappointed that you've said this out loud, and Liam also gives you the same look. Really? She says.
What?
She looks at you, Pridwin, to see, like, with the "are you also stupid" kind of look.
What?
See?
It's an acronym, she says, pointing at it. BOLO. Be on lookout.
Never heard of that.
She's just shaking her head at you.
Well, I think we should just take all of these files and, I guess, compile them at our meeting. I'm sure with more eyes and opinions, it will help us determine what each thing means.
Probably a good idea. Did he, the red-haired man say anything to you?
Who are you saying this to?
He's specifically talking to, Soma.
He, looks down for a second. He says, sort of. But before he went all, werewolf mode, he actually was protecting me, though he didn't want to. I just told him who I was. And that's what...
So I think he was certainly looking for you, which means that this individual, and Pridwin points at the photo again.
Blood victims here?
Oh, yes, there are also... Well, we know that he used tried to use black blood on us with that rifle.
Mm-hmm.
Black blood which had a notable similarity. Katya.
Katya is not listening to you two. In fact, she is on the other side of the room now, looking at something.
Katya, what are you looking at?
She has been examining the side of the room the desks are on.
Katya?
She turns and looks at you.
Did you find something?
Oh, it's what I haven't found yet, she says kind of frustratedly.
What are you looking for?
There's gotta be something in here that tells us when and where they were meeting. I know there is. He wouldn't have just had it anywhere. It's gotta be hidden somewhere.
Hmm. Pridwin's going to check the rest of the couch just to make sure that there isn't anything else hidden in it. Like, he's gonna pick up the cushions and, like, check those and everything.
You are not finding anything else. You do find a couple bucks tucked between the cushions and the side.
Apart from a bit of money, he hasn't hidden anything else inside of the couch.
It wasn't even hidden. It was like fell out of somebody's pocket
Yeah.
kind of thing. Like,
Soma hands all of the files to Pridwin, and he goes over to Katya and he says, "Well, what exactly are you looking for?"
I don't know. I mean, clearly he hid those things in a really good spot. So wherever he's hiding this information, it's got to be an even better spot.
Is there an air vent in this room?
There is.
Pridwin's gonna walk over to it and open it.
You walk over to it and you bend down. The screws are loose.
I think I may have found it.
Oh man! All right, open it.
Pridwin's specifically going to, like, light up his glove too, so that he can have a bit of light down there.
Roll me a d20.
Oh boy. 15?
You start to unscrew the screws, and you grab the top of the vent to lift it out of the way, and you feel a sharp pain in your shoulder and side as Iger slams into you from the side with his hip and
Ow.
knocks you out of the way.
Did I miss something?
First tag, probably.
Iger nods at you, and you can see him holding at a spot on his leg where he has blocked Pridwin. It appears that there is now a hole, just a slight one, in his pant leg.
Oh no. Pridwin's immediately going to grab a bottle of how do we get rid of one of those?
Holy water should work.
Pridwin's gonna pull out a bottle of holy water and hand it to Iger.
Iger is now sitting on the desk, and he starts tearing open his pant leg, and you can see just the tail end of what looks like a piece of paper that is slowly embedding itself into his thigh.
Immediately, Pridwin...
Soma first.
Oh, someone's gonna grab this paper, and I'll just have Pridwin do his thing.
Okay.
Yeah, Pridwin's immediately going to pull out, like, just crack open the bottle of holy water and start splashing it.
You catch the very end of this piece of paper before it can fully embed itself, and you start to pull. It is very resistant. Roll me a d20.
Oh boy. Natural 20.
Okay.
Oh, fuck.
So as you are pulling on the curse tag and you are pouring holy water, it begins to hiss and sizzle in your grip, and it starts to move. It starts to writhe as if it is a living, sentient creature. And you start pulling, and between the two of you, you manage to pry this thing out of his leg. You are now holding a writhing, angry-looking piece of paper with writing on it that is glowing.
He's going to drop it into the bottle of holy water. And, like, recork it.
Wait, which one of us is holding it?
Soma is holding the curse tag.
Put it in the bottle. Pridwin's, like, holding the bottle up.
It is trying to get into your hand, Soma.
Soma is going to give a very wide, like a smile like Soul from Soul Eater. And he is going to blast this thing with flames in his hand.
Yeah. So you turn away from everybody as much as you can, and this blue glow begins to form on your fingers. There is almost this high-pitched squeal, this whistle, as the curse tag begins to writhe violently in your hands, and then it, amidst the fire and the holy water dripping off of it, it begins to disintegrate.
I suppose that works as well.
Iger is leaned back against the wall, kind of gripping at this spot in his thigh. He says, fuck.
Pridwin will use his healing water ability real quick and just offer a solo cup to him. This to close the wound back up.
Soma is sort
Takes
of
it,
just
thankfully. Go ahead.
Soma at this point is like giving like a low, like chuckle after this all happens, and he's going to compose himself and look back at everyone.
So as you start to laugh, you feel something against your hand. Your other hand, not the one that just eviscerated this thing.
Uh-huh.
Katya is holding your hand and she's looking at you worriedly. She didn't like that laugh.
Don't worry about it. I just got a little revenge for an old friend.
She frowns. Liam, who has been watching all of this, just pushes his glasses up and he goes, so, was somebody gonna tell me what the hell that was, or do I just skip over that?
That was a curse tag. I really should have checked before I opened that vent.
Doing my job, Iker says painfully, still drinking what you gave him. Katya approaches the vent slowly and crouches down at an angle so she can peer in, and she goes, "You have your light thingy?"
Yes, Pridwin's going to point a glowing finger at the vent and get close.
There appears to be an object in the vent.
He's going to check one more time just to make sure there isn't another tag in there.
You see, where like a piece of string or twine has been suspended that the curse tag was on, waiting to activate the trap, but that is the only one you see.
Pridwin will slowly reach into the vent and pull the object out.
It appears to be some kind of box. And as you pull it out, it is just a large enough to fit in the vent, or small enough to fit in the vent, but a box with a simple latch on it.
Pridwin's going to set it down, away from everybody, kind of pull, and very, as far as he can get, he's going to scoot away and then carefully flip it open.
As you start to scoot away, you feel a hand on your arm. It's Cat.
Let's hope that this isn't trapped as well.
She looks at you in the... Come on. And holds her hand out expectantly.
Oh. You want to open it?
You told me I need to learn how to block, she says.
Oh, yes, good idea. Pridwin will take her hand and transform.
You transform into your shield. She is the one who reaches very carefully around your shield, grabs the latch, and flips it open. There is a string hanging from the top of it, but it appears that whatever was hanging from it is gone. But there is stuff inside of the box, just the same type of curse tag string is hanging there. It appears you got lucky.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. I think that this trap may have already been sprung by someone else.
That's great. Iger Butter's still drinking your water.
Pridwin will... Katya, do you mind if I switch back?
Yeah, she says, and releases you.
Yeah, Pridwin will start sifting through the box.
Okay, there are multiple things in this box, so I hope you're ready.
Oh boy.
First thing you see is another box, but this one is strange. It's metallic, and it's one of those, almost like a ring box, where it looks like the top of it will swivel and hold open to reveal whatever's inside. So there's one of those. It's not super big, but it's big enough. There also appears to be tranquilizer syringes, empty, in this box, and you're being very careful not to touch the needle ends of these. There's also what looks to be, for all you nerds out here, a D8, but it's big enough to fit in your palm. And it has something carved into it. You'll have to investigate it if you want to. There's also what appears to be a first aid kit hastily thrown into this box that appears to have been used, so you could investigate that. And as you keep digging, at the very bottom, there are two things of possibly greater interest. There is a journal, and there is a 9mm.
This guy was prepared.
Wait, like a 9mm bullet or a 9mm
A gun.
Oh. I believe we may have found our culprit for several things.
Wouldn't surprise me, Iger says, looking kind of like from where he's sitting on the desk to try and see over your shoulder.
Pridwin will hand the journal over to anyone who wants to take it.
I will not take it. But you know what?
Katya is gonna take the journal.
I'm going to take the gun.
You pick up the gun. What do you want to do with it?
I'm going to inspect it, see if there's any markings.
Doesn't
All guns
appear that there is, like, the serial number has been sanded off of it.
Uh-huh.
There's also no clip.
Is
The
there any
clip is
he's
missing.
gonna pull back the chamber.
There's nothing in it.
Well, this thing is clearly going to be disposed of immediately after use. Thankfully, we haven't gotten there, I suppose.
Pridwin's going to check the D8 to see what the inscription is on it.
You pick it up, and you start looking at this strange cube, spherical-looking thing is. You notice there are moon cycles carved onto each panel.
Of course there is. Also, Soma's going to pocket the gun.
Iger is eyeing you suspiciously, but he doesn't say anything.
Hey, I can't wield myself. Gotta have something.
I believe that gun may have been used to, kill that friend of yours.
Yeah, you're just gonna casually pocket a murder weapon, Liam says out of the corner. Katya has sat on the desk opposite of Iger, and Liam is leaned against the wall next to her, kind of leaned against her shoulder, and they're both reading the journal, but he is looking at you suspiciously as you pocket it.
Yeah. He looks to them and he says, well, seeing as it hasn't been disposed of, I'm not sure it was used yet.
Would Pridwin would be able to, like, gauge what the purpose of the D8 is?
So as you're turning it,
I don't know exactly what it is.
it begins to warm in your palm, and then one of the faces lights up.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
It's
know
the
exactly
waning crescent.
Soma looks at it and he says, it's keeping track of days until the blood moon, I believe.
I'm not so sure, Katya says, looking up from the journal at it and then looking back down. She continues reading.
Also, while they're doing that, I'm going to see if there's any evidence of the gun being used, any gunpowder or residuals.
It does smell like it has been fired before.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna look at the wear and tear, try to judge how much it was used.
As you're looking at it, it doesn't look like it's been used a whole lot. Like, this isn't something somebody has shot, frequently. Pridwin, what are you looking at besides? Are you just looking at the moon cycles?
So he looked at the dice. I'm assuming, or the D8. I'm assuming that it's tracking the actual cycles of the moon.
I mean, there is a side for every single cycle of the moon.
Actually, could I roll to see if I know if it's a waning crescent tonight?
Roll d20.
Whoop. 19.
It is.
Ah, so it does try. Well, I suppose that would make sense for a werewolf. That way he'd be able to tell whether or not he can turn, or when he will turn.
But he was able to turn into a werewolf the other night, and it wasn't a full moon.
I think this has something to do with the blood moon, I'm gonna be honest.
Possibly. I know witches like to keep track of the phases of the moon because of how it affects their powers. If he possessed magic as well, I suppose that would explain why he uses it. Or if he had plans that he specifically carried out during certain phases of the moon. Although perhaps that would probably be kept in the journal.
Yeah, Katya is reading very intently in the journal. Would you like to investigate anything else from the box?
He's going to look at the smaller box.
You grab it. You go to lift the lid. There are 3 holes in the center of this box surrounded by this black, like, velvet padding. 2 of them have vials in them. These vials appear to have a black liquid inside of them.
I found his black blood.
Iger looks up at this with interest.
And Pridwin's going to, like, set the box. He's not going to pull any of the vials out. He's just going to, like, set the box down and kind of, like, tap at the needles and say, he had a rifle last night that he used to fire one of these needles filled with black blood at Liam.
Yeah, we grabbed it, Iger says.
And I have found his ammunition. He had specifically 3 vials. One missing, of course, but that suggests to me that he may have had 3 targets, possibly.
Now we have. He starts to think. He says, "Well, we should have nothing to do with that blood. We should probably give it to the proper figure to take care of."
The nurses will want to
Yes.
look at it, Iger says. If it's
Absolutely.
if it's been manufactured, maybe they can figure something else about it. Who knows?
Yes.
Soma cuts everyone off and he says, "I don't want to leave so soon, but I do have a meeting with a particular forge master, so..."
Well, if we're certain that we finished searching, I suppose that would be... Pridwin's also going to check the first aid kit real quick.
You open the it's unlatched, and you open it and you find things hastily strewn around. Very clearly, like, somebody has been in here. There is blood smears on things. And as you're looking, there is, in one corner, this section where whoever used it clearly didn't clean it up. There is a pair of tweezers, and you see something intriguing that you sort of begin to recognize the more you stare at it. It appears to be thorn pieces that look like they're made out of meat.
Yeah.
This man... I think he may have touched the crown.
Doesn't surprise me. And if he was taking a look at the cursed objects, he was probably snooping around the others as well.
That's impossible, Iger says. He wouldn't have known how to navigate the labyrinth.
Unless he had some...
I think we're coming to this conclusion, but yes, someone says, "I think we may have more than one mole on campus."
Great, Iger says, rubbing at his temples.
Yes. And that means he probably, considering that we haven't found anything about a meeting place...
You see Liam look up at you as you say this, and then look back down at the journal without saying anything.
Unless... What have you found in the journal so far?
He, you can tell he goes to open his mouth even with the mask on, and Katya says nothing.
Please tell me what you found.
There's a lot of stuff about her, Liam says under his breath.
I can't say I'm surprised.
Katya, has this hard look on her face, and she seems, even more irritated and determined than she was before.
Soma walks up to the door and, turns the handle, getting ready to leave, and he says... He looks back, sort of, and he says, "This is no longer the time for us to be keeping secrets from each other. After this next meeting, we have to all be open with each other. We don't know which one of us could possibly be turning against each other."
Yes.
And Soma opens the door and begins walking down in the direction of the forge.
Here, if everything's alright here, I should probably accompany Soma.
Yeah, Katya says to you, without looking up from the journal.
Alright. Be safe. Please.
Yep, she says without looking at you again. You see Liam give you this almost a worried look, and then he just puts his hand on Katya's shoulder with a kind of a protective grasp and looks back down at the journal again.
Pridwin's just kind of look down and turn around and follow Soma out.
And you guys are back in the hallway.
Alright, so... the forge.
Are you ready for another trip in the labyrinth?
I don't like it down there, but... sure.
You hear footsteps behind you, and it's Iger. Gonna need some help getting around, he says. He's testing his leg. It seems sore, but he can walk on it.
Oh yes, we're definitely going to need help.
Right, he says, casting a worried glance back into the office room and then following you guys.
As they're walking, Soma says, "It's not that dangerous near the forge. I've gotten there just fine with that issue. But, if he points at your, sort of just to charades about your weapon form, don't take the deal unless you are absolutely certain."
I am sorry?
He, points to his, earlobe, and he says, "Remember that earring that Draco has?"
Yes.
That is a piece of Viper. Not Viper, him. Wouldn't it be himself? Yeah, it would be himself.
It's a piece of Viper.
It's a piece of Viper? Yeah, okay. This is it. That was a piece of Viper.
Piece of Viper? What? How?
He can explain the rest.
Okay, I suppose I should ask him next time I see him then.
He's, Iger squints at you and he says, "Is that why Kat has on her finger? No."
It is exactly what it is.
Oh god, don't tell me she's caught up in that.
Oh, so is Douglas, trust me, and Elijah.
Caught up in what? What does this thing do to people?
Listen, I don't always agree with Soma, but on this matter, I've got to agree with Soma. Don't take the deal.
But why?
It's dangerous.
It's painful.
Very, very painful.
Okay, but what does it do?
It's sort of, I guess you could say, power, but at a cost.
Okay.
He's a very enigmatic figure, I must say. and he continues walking.
You guys have made it to the stairs at this point, and Iger takes the lead and leads you down. You guys begin walking. It doesn't take very long. There is a brilliant glow suddenly coming into the hallway from an opening on the left wall. Pridwin, you begin to feel warm. Like, really warm. Soma, for the first time as you're walking into this room, it almost feels comforting to you, this heat.
Sounds right.
You turn the corner, and you enter what looks like a smithy. All kinds of different tools along the walls. There's a massive workbench along the right side. There's some kind of large table in the center of the room that has, like, places for bindings on it. And then on the back wall, there is an enormous forge. And the heat coming off of this thing is awful. It's almost unbearable the closer you get to it, Pridwin. There is a figure standing by the workbench. Very large-looking man. I will send you a picture of him.
Soma looks at him and
Oh boy.
making sure he's in view of him, he says, "Oh, it's been a while, huh?"
The man is hammering at something, and he stops and turns to look at you, and you see his bushy beard. It kind of, the sides of his mouth lift in a smile.
Soma smiles back and he says, "I have a project for you.
He tilts his head curiously.
I need some coins."
He tilts his head the other way curiously. He gives you, with his hand, like the go on gesture.
"I need 30 of them, if you think you can do that."
He lifts his brow curiously.
It is for a very important plan I am brewing. One that may help the Academy push away those who wish to harm it.
He contemplates this for a long moment, then nods at you slowly.
He pulls out his camera as he says, "I need them each individually pressed with a specific image.
He's listening intently.
14 of them pressed with the visage of an eye, similar to the one on my blade.
He tilts his head with a hint of, like, a trying to remember look.
Mm-hmm. He actually hands him a paper with each one, but he
Oh, okay.
continues speaking.
Yeah.
And then he says, 6 of them will have one depicting a different person. One, and he's also showing him pictures on his camera. And he says, one of Herb, one of Pridwin, one of Katya, Pidge, Draco, and Liam.
He looks at each picture very intently and nods. When you get to Pridwin, he looks up at you and your armor, and you see a flash of intrigue, but he goes back to listening to Soma almost immediately.
Pridwin's marveling at this workshop, by the way.
I believe it.
And for the next 2, he says, and the final 2, well, not final 2, but of this set, these 2 coins, very, very special coins, will be printed with the visage of Douglas and Sadie. You know them well.
He nods slowly.
And finally, the last 8 will be impressed with the image of a devil's skull.
Did you say 2? The last 2 or the last 1?
Well, okay, so there's the 2 with Douglas and Sadie, and then
Yep.
the final 8 with
8.
the devil's skull.
Double skull. Got it. Sorry, taking all of these notes.
And he thinks for a second. He says, "I think that's it."
He muses for a moment and then nods approvingly. And then he looks over at Pridwin and notices you're taking everything in, and you see him kind of smile watching you.
This place reminds me of the shop where I got my armor.
He tilts his head.
Except a lot more special.
He nods
Yes.
in agreement. As he says this, he looks over at you, Soma, and he gets this kind of wry grin on his face, and he points at his finger and gives you a questioning look.
Not today, but thank you for the offer.
He kind of just grins coyly at you. You see him making a sign with his hands, but he doesn't do anything else.
And he hands him the camera as well, so he can get the images down.
Okay, so he takes it and he sets it on his workbench and pulls out like a like an architect piece of paper, and he begins like sketching something, every once in a while glancing at you guys to see if you're gonna ask or say anything else.
He just stays quiet. He trusts his work.
He kind of looks at you after a few minutes of this, and he gives you the shoo gesture.
He looks at everyone else. He says, "Come on."
Yes, of course.
Let me know when you're finished. Just strike your hammer 3 times.
He waves his hand at you in the yeah kind of manner.
Right. And he walks around the corner.
Pridwin, do you want to do anything else before you leave?
Actually, Fredwin like puts up a finger and says, "If I could have something made,
He squints at you.
I would like a basic U in the shape of a shield with my family crest. Here, Fredwin pulls out his notebook and like scribbles down a design. So, you remember that that shield thing that was like pinned to the chest of my
Yeah, your
my
family's
mom?
crest, I know.
Yeah. Well, specifically the hold on, let me find. I'll actually just post a picture of her real quick. Into art.
While we're doing this, you since you're here, you may have gotten a message asking for an inner circle meeting.
There we go. Oh, yeah. So on her shoulder, where her pauldron is, there's that little family crest.
Right. Okay. And you're
Basically,
asking him to
he's
make what?
I'm so that is called a basic U. It's basically pinned to the pauldrons of certain armor.
Oh yeah.
Basically, that's what he's asking for.
Yeah, the crest on the pauldron.
He kind of squints at you suspiciously. In the sort of like, I don't really know you way, but he kind of nods slowly.
Thank you. Pridwin gives a polite bow.
He clicks his teeth at you.
Soma gives him a thumbs up in a sort of you can trust him way.
Rhett looks from him to Pridwin, then back to you and lifts a brow.
Soma smiles, and then he walks back around the corner.
And Pridwin will also step out.
As you start to walk out, he's watching you, and he slowly reaches up and taps to his wrist in kind of the same manner he had tapped to his finger and pointed to Soma, and is just watching you suspiciously.
Pridwin like looks down at his wrist and says, no, thank you.
He lifts a brow and looks in the direction Soma has gone, and then smirks and shakes his head. Looks back down at the workbench.
And Pridwin will step out and
You see
follow
him
Soma.
like making the same sign in sign language, the same thing that he did to Soma.
Yeah.
Soma looks to Pridwin and says, "Interesting fellow, isn't he?"
Iger is giggling beside the two of you.
He is fascinating.
Yes, he works wonders, I must say.
And rude, Iger mutters, taking the lead again. Still laughing.
Honestly, I quite like his demeanor.
He seemed nice enough.
Yeah, just I wouldn't want to get on his bad side. I haven't seen it, but I know it's bad.
Yes.
And Soma just leans against the wall and waits.
Oh, well, all three of you are out there now, so you guys start walking.
Mhm.
And soon enough you are back out on the main floor of the academy.
Right. I'm going to message everyone in the inner circle to meet. I'm gonna have them meet in Soma's room. Actually, yeah, in Soma's room.
Are you sure? You told Draco to tell them to gather in the silence.
Did I say specifically silence? Okay, then
Yes.
I'll just tell them to meet there then.
Okay. You need to save him a begrudging look or two for you. So you guys
Yeah.
start heading that direction.
Mm-hmm.
You get in there, and it seems that a lot of people have shown up. Not a whole lot of them, though. Like,
Mm-hmm.
there's still a decent amount. Draco's in there, for sure.
Uh-huh.
Nick Saris is also there.
Uh-huh.
She and Draco are both drinking beer in the corner,
Uh-huh.
minding their
Yeah.
business. Next to the stuff that Draco has brought for you, Iger is obviously coming in with you guys. It's the two of you, and then who else is here? Liam and Kat are strangely not present. Sadie is not present. Who else is at the inner circle meeting? That is it. So right now it's just Draco and Ixeris. You haven't seen anybody else.
He walks up and he says, any word from the others?
Draco kind of gives you this worried look and he shakes his head no.
Someone's going to text everyone else again, and he's gonna say it's urgent.
You are not getting responses.
Right. Looks like, we leave it to just us then. Well, wish there was a table. Soma, in the absence of a table, is going to try to create one out of ice.
Um, Doing this by yourself is difficult. Like, you start to make one, but it's just not going well.
He's not gonna do it himself. He's gonna have Nick Saris hold him.
Okay, that's fair. Then you will not have trouble making it at that point.
Uh-huh.
I'm assuming Pridwin can assist you by creating some water to make it easier.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Pridwin can help by creating water to, like, shape it.
As you're doing this, Oberon comes out from his little, people have made him like a little doghouse kind of near, or not a doghouse, but like a pallet with like blankets and a comfy little dog bed, and he comes over. Brad, when you see this massive Irish wolfhound come trotting over, sniffing at the ice table curiously.
He's also on the ice table going to create a sort of model of the DWMA.
Okay.
Yep.
You do so.
Alright. He goes back into human form and he says, alright,
It's as you're saying alright that the door kind of bursts open and Sadie comes like jogging in, winded.
Oh,
Sorry.
are you guys... Where's everyone else? Did you finish the investigation?
They're busy, she says. Don't worry about them.
Well, then I guess I'll trust you or somebody to fill them in after this meeting.
Yeah, Draco says impatiently.
All right. He grabs his various items and he places them on the table, um, in a specific way. And he says, "All right, everyone, gather around. This is the most important part."
They form a huddle around the table.
Mhm. And he says, "I know that you guys are worried about my heritage and, the whole. Um, Somebody keeps trying to log into one of my emails.
Oh,
I'm gonna look at PlayStation. It's my PlayStation email. Anyway, what is it? I'm trying to think. Sorry. Uh,
as
he
you're
says,
saying this, Nixeris goes, understatement of the century. Iger kind of snickers.
yes. Well, what if I told you I can use these demonic powers to basically secure victory against those who wish to harm us?
We're listening.
Good. Glad I got your attention. And he's sort of just like using his sword to like brush all of the object, like all of the chess pieces, and put them all together. And he says, "So, I have created a game, or I suppose the baseline for a deal. Once I am able to master my demonic powers to the point where I can create deals, one of the basic kits of a demon, I am going to create a game." Any questions so far?
They're all listening intently to you.
There are three acts to this game. I suppose it's sort of a game and also a theatrical event. And it is a mix of both hide and seek and a card game that I have invented myself. Spent the last few days creating it, honestly. And uh, at this point, because I also want Apollyon to be there, I'm gonna have Apollyon show up.
Yeah, so as you're explaining this, you start hearing that giggling, that familiar, half crazed giggling, and footsteps.
Soma looks back and he says, "Well, speak of the devil, pun intended."
He kind of squints at you.
He says, "You are another integral part of this plan, so I need you over here." Napoleon walks up and says, "So, here are the rules of this game. I am going to speak to a representative of each team. The three teams being, hold on, I could actually go down. Here it is. Us, the DWMA, otherwise known as the Blue Souls, and then the two opposing teams, demons, the Red Souls, and witches, the Purple Souls. And in this game, the first act, which I call the Chalice of Greed, there will be 30 coins littered across the DWMA, hidden in specific places. When I speak to each of the representatives of each team, I will present them a deal. Should they participate in this game and win, they I will swear my undying loyalty to whichever team who wins. But thing is here, there are different tiers to the coins that I've littered across. 14 of them being lesser coins, each depicting the visage of an eye. There are 6 greater coins, each one depicts a friend of mine here on campus. One of Herb, Pridwin, Katya, Pidge, Draco, and Liam. And then finally, there are 2 Migu coins. These two are very special indeed. They depict my two closest friends, Douglas and Sadie.
You see
Uh,
her, she kind of like colors a bit of this, but doesn't say anything.
and then he begins to explain in more depth, and he said, "Should you find the majority of all lesser coins greater than 8, the locations of 2 greater coins shall be revealed to you. Should you find the majority of 6 greater coins greater than 4, I will do exactly one thing of the team's choosing. and I cannot say no. The only exception is that it does not involve the death of anyone. It must be a single, non-complex action.
That's hot. You hear Nick Saris mutter in the corner.
He chuckles a bit and then he says, and finally, should you discover both major coins, you win. What is the reward for doing such a task? I hear you thinking. That's the fun part. If you win this game, I will swear my undying loyalty to you and your cause for as long as I live. However, there is a catch. Along with the 22 coins across campus, there are eight coins with a devil skull pressed into them. Should you find any of these coins, the value of your coins drops by 1, and if you find 3 of these coins, you lose. And I must also say that you're probably wondering what the how would I get them to join? Well, the two opposing teams, their goal is me, as I will help them achieve their goal, and as long as I'm not on their team or with them, they can't exactly succeed. So I'm giving them a chance for a definitive victory. However, as for Death, she would probably be like, well, I don't care about you. I know her very well. I also have thought about that too, but we'll get into that later. Act 2 is a card game I created known as The Devil and the Fool. At any point in the game, each team, each team's representatives may call upon me for a hint. You get unlimited hints as to the location of the coins. However, that's where the catch comes into play. Should you request a hint, you must play another game, The Devil and the Fool, a card game. The rules are as follows. I am the dealer of this game. I will shuffle a deck of tarot cards and lay down 5 cards in a row horizontally. You, the player, hypothetically speaking, will pick a card and input a value, a guess, high or low. A card has a high value if it is a straight, and a low value if it is reversed. If your guess is correct, you win. Should you win a round and the card you picked is of a lesser arcana, I will tell you the location of a lesser coin. Should you win a round and the card is of a greater arcana, I will reveal the location of a greater coin. However, should a card depicting the devil be drawn, the dealer wins. In this game, the stakes are match the reward. In this case, I suppose, for each person, it would be my life, and are determined in value by me, the dealer. And the stakes cannot be rejected once the game is started, meaning once you have lost a round, you cannot leave until the game is finished. Any questions so far?
This is a lot. Nick Saris says, taking a long drink of her beer.
Trust me, you're gonna need more of that beer.
Oh boy.
And he continues by saying, each team has its own traits. We will call each team the DWMA, refers to as the Blue Souls, Demons, the Red Souls, Witches, the Purple Souls. Uh, DWMA, which will be referred to as the defending team, has a home field advantage, and above game, it gives them an advantage on perception checks to find the coins, with Lady Death as its team representative. Demons, aka one of the two offensive teams, uh, who I already knew who the representative may be, uh, uh, will be the representative. And finally, witches, the second of the offensive teams, which I will find a way to figure out who that representative shall be. And he goes on by saying the advantage given to the two attacking teams is the ability to choose to team up with each other, granting the ability to cover more ground. Above game, situational advantage if they decide to team up. Uh, and he continues by saying this is sort of a test to see if they really are working together and have been this whole time, or if they don't know, or if they decide not to, then they're working for the same goal for different reasons. I will get into that reasoning later. Um, there's also one other rule. There's a set time frame in which teams may search for coins between 12 p.m. and 6 p.m. with a limit of one coin per hour. Um, in order to find a coin, you must first. Oh yeah, this is above game stuff. So in order to find a coin, you must roll a perception check above. I gave it an 18 value because I don't know what stats the participants are gonna have.
Hmm.
I'll just actually let you read this, Kira, in your own time.
Yeah,
But
I'm gonna need to like pour over these details.
yeah, but the one biggest rule is that all players in the game must abide by. Absolutely zero violence will be tolerated, and any team who commits any violent act will be eliminated. Any violence towards spectators as well as cheating of any kind will result in the same punishment.
And you're
Now,
just expecting them to follow this rule set, Nixera says, squinting at you.
Soma smiles and says,
Apollyon kind of cuts in and goes, "They're not gonna have a choice."
and that's where Soma smiles and he says, exactly. And Soma lights sort of a flame in his hand and he says, they have no choice because they have accepted the deal.
Hmm. You
And should
demons
they
are a scary lot, Iger mutters.
I have essentially created the most complex deal that probably most people have ever seen. And
Boy, I'll say.
uh and he's sort of waiting for people to ask questions since he did say there are three acts to this whole thing.
Yeah, they're kind of like waiting for you to like
Yeah.
continue.
Yeah, no, he's like smiling and waiting for them to say something. He's excited to get into it.
Babe, I think your math's a little off, Sadie finally says, looking at everybody. With the, fine, I guess I gotta be the one to say it.
He looks to her and he says, I was waiting for somebody to notice. The third act I will call the culling games. Wait, hold on one sec. No, don't allow. Somebody's trying to log in to my friend's Gmail from San Francisco.
Weird.
Yeah, well, I'm not gonna allow that. Okay, I need to pull up my notes again. He says, well, this here will be the same proposition I will give to death in the near future. Basically, saying, think about it like this. I'm sure you guys have probably thought about a sort of hole in this whole plan. What if two separate teams get one major coin?
Right.
Right.
Because that seems like something that will probably happen.
Exactly. He smiles again, and he continues by saying, "Should this is a loophole in the whole plan? Should two separate teams obtain one major coin, it will end the game in a tie. But this is where the fun comes in, and is also the sort of uh, best case scenario, I suppose I should say, is that what if, by some miracle perhaps, a barrier was raised around the entire school, and each witch and demon was trapped here with us before the blood moon? All while my friend Apollyon over there is causing discourse and discord throughout their ranks.
It would turn into a free for all, Draco mutters.
Exactly. And thus begins the culling games. All while we are thinning the ranks of the enemy, with them out that many souls, we're bolstering our own.
So, I have a question, Draco says. Why
Ask away.
can't Gabriel be privy to any of this? You told me specifically not to tell him. That's why he's not here.
I didn't say specifically Gabriel, I just said that some people in the group may not want to hear that.
I could have sworn you said Gabriel couldn't be here for this.
I don't know, maybe Draco just misheard me. And he says, I don't remember specifically outing Gabriel, but uh, I don't know. How do you guys think he would feel about all of this plan? I feel like even though it's using my innate demonic abilities, he would probably be okay with it if it's helping everyone.
I don't know, Iger says, kind of thinking. I think you'd better explain it to him carefully, but maybe when you explain it to Death? He seems to be thinking.
Sounds good to me. And I have already laid down a lot of the prep work. He starts like shifting the pieces around to have the red and purple facing the DWMA. And he says, so, I've already been having these coins made down in the Hellforge for practical use. And I'm going to be hiding them all throughout campus and in random spots, but specifically the two major coins will be hidden in very specific spots that I will know the location of. And our team, the Inner Circle, will just be spectators on this. Well, you guys can act, but I will be a spectator.
Yeah, it
Uh,
would make sense that you can't participate in your own game, Nixeris mutters.
exactly. But the fun part here is, well, I suppose I've already mostly explained it to you. There are no rules in this game that says I can not take favorites. And so, if I want to, I mean, I've already designed the rules in such a way that hopefully the best case scenario were to occur, especially with the randomness of the locations of the coins, um, that who knows, maybe we can trick them into creating a tie or losing at this game, and then, oh, a big barrier gets locked around them and they cannot escape.
It's crazy, Nixeris says, kind of with the 1,000-yard stare. It's
And it's
crazy,
very
but it could be effective.
exactly.
I hate that so much. Iger mutters under his breath.
My, if I may, my only concern about the game's ruling is you will have to be incredibly careful. Witches and especially demons would be very good at finding loopholes.
You
Very
see,
true.
Sadie looks very upset, but has not said anything either.
Um, well, if anyone has any questions, I feel free to answer. Um, the game, the way the game works is that it is already simple enough with honestly surprisingly minimal rules that it's would honestly be kind of difficult to find any other loophole other than the one I've already thought of. They just have to find the coins, and if they want to learn the location of one, they have to play a game. It's also simple, but they just have to play it and see what happens. It's all just a guessing game after the game begins.
This is assuming that they do end up cooperating, Iger mutters.
Soma smiles and he says, I'm sure I can persuade them. I mean, it's me they're after. They really want to open that gate to hell. And he begins thinking again. My sister, especially.
I'm sure she'll play. But
Oh, absolutely.
I don't know about the witches. I feel like they will be more wary.
As they should be. But after my experience with the werewolf guy, he was very willing to protect me from the werewolf inside of his inner room just to make sure I live to help him later. Or help his team, I suppose. If they're so willing to save my life, they don't want to just throw me away if they have an opportunity to take me. And especially on DWMA grounds, where if they win the game, they can immediately rush up to Death's door and try to open the gates of hell. They can't miss off on this opportunity. They're
There's
practically
also
being invited.
There's also another hidden plus in this. There's only 3 teams.
Exactly.
One for the witches, one for us, and then one for the demons. And considering how many different witch factions there actually are, all the factions that want you will probably want to attend the game,
Exactly.
meaning they'll have to fight for it.
Mm-hmm. A competition.
Hmm.
And we can entrap them before the blood moon and get them before they can muster up their full strength.
I don't
I've,
think it'll be a coup de grace. I don't think that this will simply allow us to defeat all of them, but it would certainly weaken them greatly.
significantly. And of course, it is all a gamble in the end. Tex would be proud.
Yes, Iger says, kind of uncomfortably.
Speaking of him, I'm actually going to be talking to him to try to up my card game, I suppose.
Fair.
But I have essentially created the most complex and fun trap that a demon deal could ever set, at least in my own knowledge.
I said it once, I'll say it again, Draco mutters. It's kind of impressive. For you, anyways.
Soma smiles and he says, "You don't even know."
Sadie still looks very upset, but she's keeping quiet. Nick Saris finally nods and says, Alright. I hate it. I'm in, but I hate it.
Now, about training to learn how to make a deal. We'll need to get to that first before we start. I should be collecting the coins to hide around the campus soon. I'm gonna do it before the game starts. Also, I should mention there is going to be a 2-day grace period before the game officially starts after the deal is made.
You see them all nodding, listening respectively. This is
And
gonna take some time to set up, though, Iger says under his breath. And not to
I'll,
mention, you've still gotta convince a lot of the main players.
and Death herself, but I'm sure she can acknowledge the benefit of this deal. I'm really just missing a contact for which representative.
Pridwin!
Yeah.
Feel like you might have something to say about that.
Um, a witch representative.
Do you have any ideas?
Well, we do have a witch that the witches have interest in.
Interesting. And who might that be?
Viper.
I suppose, but I
You
wouldn't want
see
to throw her
Apollyon lift a brow at this.
Apollyon.
I think I know where we could easily get representatives from all 3 teams. There is one
Oh,
place that has all 3 members working in conjunction together.
yes, my former work. We could use Iota Draconis.
I mean, Apollyon's already going to set out to cause discord. He could probably be a messenger to send a witch to parley with me.
Not to mention, the Draconis would be a mutual ground to set up said meeting.
Yes,
Considering there are barriers up that don't allow combat within.
it would be perfect to meet up. Neutral territory.
A
Actually,
demon, a witch, and another member of the academy. Probably couldn't be more perfect for your plan.
Precisely. And hmm, I was thinking if there could be some way to just meet them all in my inner room to make sure there's absolute safety. Of course, if a witch came across me, they would probably just want to kidnap me on the spot, so I would need some protection of some sort.
I don't think they would risk that at the Draconis.
That's
Perhaps
true.
outside, Apollyon says. But there might be a way to get around that, Iger says carefully.
Thoma thinks and he says, "What if me and you make a deal, Apollyon?
Apollyon squints.
Remember the deal you made with Abaddon?
You see Abaddon scowl across the scythe.
Mm, it's not going to hurt you this time, I promise. You see, I would be risking compromising myself if I left the Academy in its current state, so perhaps I can make a deal with you that I can enter your inner room anytime I want. And once you arrive at the Iota Draconis, they can just go inside of your inner room, and we can speak."
Apollyon's eyeing you suspiciously, and he says, I'm not sure that'll work with the distance and all. And Iger not Iger, Draco kind of blurts out, what if there was a way for you to get in and out of their place without going outside? Iger kind of elbows Draco, and Draco kind of glares at him.
Speak? I would like to know.
Iger sighs. You remember what we found in Jericho's files?
The mirror, I presume.
He nods a bit.
Go on.
Look, it's a campus secret, okay? Not even stuff that you guys are supposed to know about. It is a cursed item, but it's not the death mirror. It's what the death mirrors were based off of.
Hmm. I see. That could be very useful.
It's a massive mirror that will transport you to a location. And knowing the proper call sequence can transport you back if someone is activating it. That's the difficult part, the someone activating it. It needs a key.
Would it be safe to presume that death has said key?
Um, I remembered a key being mentioned,
Oh, the man.
which means we'll probably have to find him.
You're going to have a very difficult time convincing him of helping you. Or rather, his partner. You see, like all cursed items, use comes at a cost. Every time that it's utilized, it takes a bit off of his life term. And after the last time, well, it hasn't been used since. And that was a long time ago.
Someone begins to pace and he says, "I'm not exactly fond of taking life off of someone's span, but I'm sure he'd be willing to listen if it involved saving the lives of many, right?"
You could attempt. But, like I said, it may be a little more difficult persuading his partner.
Does that make sense? Hmm. Uh, if that can't happen, I wonder how death would No, she wouldn't let that happen.
He squints at you.
Oh, well, it was a foolish idea, but if Death were to go along with this plan, I'm sure she would allow me to use some resources. But I do remember in our first mission, she allowed us to use her mirror to get back home. I just don't think she would be willing to let me use it to go there.
That wasn't Death's mirror, he says carefully.
What do you mean?
When you called that day, and this is only what I've been told, so don't come at me, but Death answered, and they had to use some other form to open the barrier. You see, Death's mirror doesn't work like that. They
Mhm.
only go to the death rooms. You can communicate using them, but passing through them isn't really possible unless she allows it. And like I said, they only go to the death rooms.
Hmm. And I suppose our only chance is that mirror currently. Unless I manage to go to the Draconis on foot with some bodyguards, but
Which isn't out of the question, Draco says.
well, I suppose I'm down for a flight. He looks at Apollyon.
How do a couple of death scythes sound to you? Iger mutters.
He smiles and says, "That is more than perfect."
You see, campus has been short because of what's happening at the Japan branch and the South American branch. There's been. While the other campuses have been rather spread thin. A lot of the death scythes are out investigating, but Death always keeps at least two within close range to her. There's a possibility that if some of that were to be resolved, or were they to be convinced, you may be able to utilize some of them for such a meeting.
And I'm sure if I convince Death, she would be willing. And and this whole plan really is also just a apology letter to Death and giving her something in return.
Which is probably news to you, Pridwin, considering how much of a fucking asshole he was the last time you two were in the same
Yeah.
room.
Even though I'm not exactly on Death's side, I'm on my own. We still have aligned goals, and she is a worthy ally to have.
You have
Well,
no idea. You hear Iger murmur.
We can't afford to lose that if so many lives are at stake. So once I, or if I convince her, then I think our plan is basically set in motion at this point.
Alright, tell us what you need from us and we'll do what we can, Nixera says, nodding. I've got your back. Draco and Iger both nod in agreement. Oberon kind of huffs and wrinkles his nose a little, but nods, which is interesting to you. And
Hmm.
Sadie is the most quiet of all, and she does not say anything.
He looks over to Sadie and he says, "You seem like you've been wanting to say something."
It doesn't matter. Whatever you
It does.
need, I'll give it to you.
Soma, looking a little frustrated, he says, "It does matter. At this point, with all of us here and as much of deep shit as we're in, we can't afford to be keeping things from each other. And we also learned that there is another mole on campus, someone who was helping the werewolf. We
I'm
can't
not
afford to be keeping
keeping anything from you, Soma. I'm just worried about you. But you don't want to hear that. So she kind of turns away from you a little bit.
He looks forward and he says, "Never said I didn't want to, but I'm risking my life for the sake of many others.
Exactly. You don't think that's gonna upset me in any way, shape, or form? You're giving them, even if it's rare, you're giving them the opportunity to get their hands on you and use you to do something that could destroy everything. Do you know what that would do to you?
Actually, but that is a 1 in 3 chance of happening.
1 in 3 is still 33%. And I don't like it.
Risk I'm willing to take.
I know. I know.
He looks over to the main group and he says, "Well then, once I am ready, I will let you all know. And also, I will need Gabriel with me when I make the deal with Death."
I would highly recommend that. See, she kind of doesn't want to talk to you right now. Iger murmurs to the side, looking away.
Oh, I'm very aware.
But, Draco interjects, if Gabriel were with you, might be able to convince her. Kind of does the two fingers together thing.
Exactly. And, well, it would be a way of filling him in on the plan while also making the deal with Death.
Right. Well, hopefully you don't die, Nixera says, kind of clapping you on the shoulder.
Here's to hoping.
Sadie looks even more upset, but doesn't say anything. You see her glancing down at the watch on her wrist.
Mm-hmm.
She says, is there anything else?
I don't think there is. I think I might have to go pick up those coins pretty soon here and practice deal making.
That's gonna take a little bit,
Oh,
Draco says to the side. Rhett may be good, but he's not fast.
um, and then he looks to Apollyon and says, "Well, in the meantime, think you can help me train my abilities."
Could give it a shot. Sadie says, I have somewhere to be, and she quickly hurries out.
Soma looks at her and says, "Stop keeping things."
She stops, looks over her shoulder. Then you'd better come along.
Soma walks with her, grabbing Apollyon's cloak and pulling him with.
Dragging Apollyon along in the background. Pridwin,
God.
you watch this happen. Are you tagging along?
If I may, I'm going to follow you two. 3.
Okay. Come along. Or I guess it would be 4 of us.
Sadie
Pridwin will
is
follow.
she is walking very quickly. She pulls out her PDA and you see that she has the messaging system open and
Mhm.
she is reading through something.
Might I ask what's going on?
So as you guys get outside, you notice that it is well past dark. You guys have been busy. The moon is actually up, and when you do see the the waning crescent above you, and she murmurs, "Well, looks like your little super spy figured it out."
Oh?
Yeah, you see the moon thing you were looking at, I guess, said it looked like a dice or something. It had symbols on it.
Yes.
Right. So she said that was how she figured out when they were supposed to meet. And based on the journal, they figured out where.
I see.
And she just sent me a message that said somebody's hurt and they need the first aid kit. So her pace is moving faster.
Yeah, Pridwin immediately goes to, like, basically as fast as he can while still following behind.
Yeah, they're like walking fast, and Pridwin's like running as fast as he can.
He's got the med kit out like already.
Interestingly enough, she starts heading for town. Like she just diverts and starts walking off campus.
Oh no. They weren't out in town, were they?
She kind of cringes a little bit and looks back at you. Yeah.
Did they go out to meet him, this individual on their own?
Yeah.
And you didn't start.
I didn't know it was tonight, okay? They said they figured out when the meeting was, and then I came to meet with you guys, and then I got this. She gestures to the message about hurt, need first aid kit. Hurry.
We really need to hurry.
What were you saying, someone?
Oh, I was calling Katya an idiot.
Oh, yeah, that checks out. Yeah, so, she starts walking you in a direction that starts to make you guys a little uncomfortable, because you're heading into the warehouse district.
Oh, not again.
Oh no.
And you're heading to a very specific warehouse.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. You guys get there and the door is shut. What would you like to do?
Pridwin's gonna, like, pull it open.
She's going for it. Okay. You feel, Sadie's hand on your arm, like, kind of uneasily, Soma.
He looks down at her and he says, "Don't worry."
She nods a little at you. And you guys enter the warehouse. There is still a blood stain in the spot where Jay's body used to be. You hear movement from one of the rooms upstairs. Sadie instantly just looks almost sick.
Of course he was here.
Pridwin's just running. He's just trying to get to wherever the injured person is.
So you go barreling up the stairs, and you kind of round the corner toward one of the two offices, and instantly someone is in front of you. It's Katya. She
Katya.
looks up at you with a rather, like, somber expression, and she says, "What are you doing here?"
First aid. Somebody's hurt.
I mean, he is kind of the first aid guy.
Ah, that makes sense, she says. She seems very calm. And she, kind of nods you into the room, next to you guys and starts walking into it.
So, who needs the first aiding?
She points as you guys get into the room. Liam is sitting on a desk against the wall. He has a very clear scratch on his jaw that has torn through his mask, and then he also has another one across his chest. That is, it's deep, but it's not, like, bad. And she goes, "He's being a baby about it." Liam says, "It fucking hurts, man!" And Amaishi, who is standing in the corner, says, "Well, I told you not to get too close."
What the hell happened here?
Someone points at Amaishi and he says, "You too?"
What can I say? She's convincing.
Pridwin immediately, like, pulls out the first aid kit and starts, like, treating Liam, and he says, "What happened?"
Kat nods to, like, there's a panel that, like, is a window between this room and the next room. And you kind of look past the panel, and it appears there is a person in the next room.
I have many questions.
Who is that?
That, Katya says, pointing to the person. It is a man that is, currently, there are handcuffs, and it seems to be, like, the leftover ones that were used on Sadie, like, that have handcuffed him to a chair. Well, that's the guy that, apparently Curly Hair was meeting with.
Oh, great.
Someone leans down to Katya and he says, "I think I'm starting to rub off on you, kid. Maybe a little too much, but he, like, puts, like, he does, like, a soft karate chop on her head, and he says, "You, you did good."
She smiles just a little. I'm not sure the handcuffs are gonna hold him though, so like, if maybe you guys could help me tie him up, that would be a little useful. So I
Oh,
don't
don't
have to
worry.
get hit again, Liam mutters as you're patching up his chest.
No worries about that. Soma immediately begins walking into the next room.
Mm-hmm. Katya, starts following you, and she stops in the doorway and she says, Amaishi tried, but he's not talking. You guys can give it a shot, but I have a plan when you're done. So go ahead.
All right. Okay. Are you good cop or am I good cop? Are you bad cop? I could be bad cop. Which one of you would be?
I think you and Pridwin should go in as good cop and bad cop and see what you can get out of him. Because
All
when
right.
I go in, she just smiles a little to herself. I'm going in by myself.
Right. Soma walks up to Pridwin and he says, "All right, good cop, come with me."
In the
Pridwin's
middle
like,
of bandaging Liam, Amaishi comes over to assist and take over for you.
here, it's almost done. Thank you. And Pridwin will leave Amai to do it.
And
And
Soma like drag Pridwin by the collar of his armor.
Oh,
shit,
okay.
goddamn!
He says, "All right, I'm gonna be bad cop. You're a good cop. Got it? Okay, let's go." And then he opens the door.
Sure.
So you guys start walking in, and you see a kind of gruff, almost mountainy man. Um, hold on a second. Um, he is bound to this chair. The flannel he is wearing has been torn. It looks like there are electrical burns all along his clothing. Clearly, Amaishi has done a number on this person. But to be fair, with how big he is compared to everybody else, like, it's impressive that between the three of them, they got him in here in the first place.
Yeah. Soma is going to unleash his chain and he's going to tie it around where the handcuffs are and hold it tight.
Okay.
And he's going to like sort of like yank on them and he's going to say, "All right, shitface, what are you in here for?"
He is not conscious at the moment. You are going to have to wake him up.
Uh,
His finger will turn into a nozzle and say, "Should I?"
yes, you should.
He just does a quick spray of cold water onto this dude's face.
Let's see if that works. He does not wake up yet.
Soma's
Um,
That does
saying,
not
"I got
completely work. Quick pause though, because Pidge, are you here?
Can I say that there's an earth-shattering kaboom?
Are
So
you just
here's what Pidge has been doing. Pidge, you have been on the ceiling of the warehouse, the roof of the warehouse. You were actually part of this plan from the get-go. Katya brought you in, and you have been providing Overwatch. In fact, part of the reason they got this man in handcuffs in the first place is because you shot him. So, you, realizing there are other people here, finally come down from the roof of the warehouse, and you enter the room with, Amaishi and Liam. And they kind of both eye you, and you can see that, Pridwin and Soma are in the room with the man. Apollyon is also standing there at the window, kind of arms crossed, watching.
Okay. Hmm.
All you really know is that this man is connected to the werewolf man that y'all killed.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like to speak to anyone in the immediate room, or do you want to just watch what's happening?
I think I'll just watch what's happening at the moment.
Okay. So, inside, Soma has said, leave this to me.
Yeah, Soma is going to light a flame in his fingertip, and he's going to put it right under the man's nose.
Oof. Oh yeah, that works. Okay, so you see, his beard begins to like singe, and then like his eyes kind of dart open, and he looks at you.
He says, "Oh, good morning, sunshine."
Who the fuck are you lot? What happened to the
Oh, I'm.
scary girl with the electric fingertips? Keep that bitch away
Uh,
from me, yeah?
Soma yanks the chain, and he smiles right next to his ear, and he says, "Don't worry, I'm a whole lot scarier."
Sure you are. Pink hair. You sure look it. He looks over at you, Pridwin. And what are you supposed to be? Looking like a
Um,
giant can of tuna up in here.
excuse me?
Soma takes off his hood to reveal his horn.
The man squints at you. Well, isn't this a surprise?
Yes, isn't it?
Um,
I'll let you begin, good cop.
well, I suppose we should begin with a couple of questions.
Oh,
Start
the
with an
classic good
introduction.
cop, bad cop routine. Oh, I'm so scared.
It's a lot of fun. And
At the
Soma.
mention of the good cop, bad cop routine, you just see a bullet whiz past the guy's nose.
He stops and just like his eyes get really wide for just a second, and then he goes back to his normal calm. You were saying?
Yeah, Soma smiles again afterwards, unflinching, and
Well,
he says, "Let's start with introductions first. You, good cop."
uh, good evening. My name is Pridwin Rhizostoma. A pleasure to meet you.
Right.
And I'm gonna be completely honest with you. You should probably answer my questions because I think there's more than just one bad cop here.
Um,
Hmm.
Soma looks down at him and he says, "Remember the guy with red hair?"
The one with the scythe? He
No,
has been
other one.
bothering me a lot lately.
Oh, trust me, he bothers a lot of people, but no, I'm talking about the one you've been parlaying with.
Partnering? I have no idea what you mean.
You know, the werewolf, the big bad guy with the gun.
He shrugs casually. Hmm.
Not willing to speak, huh?
Well,
I don't see a reason to. Either.
it's a good. Oh,
You
it's a good thing that you don't know him because I would have had to break the bad news that he is currently dead.
Hmm.
head chopped
What
off.
a shame. It's almost like I expected that when he did not show up to our meeting.
So you
Hmm.
do know him.
Perhaps.
Well, we found a couple of other things in his office, and we were wondering what precisely you two were doing, because he most assuredly wasn't a member of the Academy, although he certainly did like pretending to be.
Soma, like, as you sort of like pacing around this guy, he says, "Bring out the exhibit number one."
Pridwin, I'm assuming that we held on to like all the
Yeah.
documents and stuff we
Mm-hmm.
found.
Yeah, the only thing
Yep.
you guys don't have is the journal, which Cat has.
Yeah.
Mm.
Pridwin will slap down the file containing all the photographs and stuff.
He kind of glances at it and up at you.
In this, it seems that your friend had collected quite a bit of information on quite a few people, including us.
Why is that any of my concern?
Because you've been talking to him.
Soma puts his hand on
Supposedly.
the and Soma puts his hand on the table again, and he says, "And also, whoever your working with other than the red-haired man. I've learned from him that you guys are searching for a particular demon that will open the gates of hell for you.
Maybe I have heard something, maybe I haven't, who knows?
What if I told you that demon is looking you right in the eyes right now?
You cute little tiny half-breed don't seem to be anything special.
My sister says I'm supposed to be the cleverest of the bunch.
Good for her.
My sister also being one of these demons.
I'm sorry to say, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, the red-haired man seemed to know a lot what I was talking about.
Well, that seems to be a problem for you, considering he is dead, so you say.
I
Suppose
learned
maybe you should have asked him before you cut him to pieces.
I did, in his head.
And clearly that went very well for you.
He was too busy trying to protect me from getting shredded by himself.
What is this, good cop, boring cop? Come on. I'm not going
Yeah,
to tell you anything, so you might as well give it up and send the electrical girl back in here. At least she was more pleasant to look at.
he uses Hellfire Coil.
You watch Pridwin as the chain begins to light up with this angry heat, and it begins to light up against the man's skin, and he strains. You can see the veins in his neck standing out, but he is clenching his jaw, and he is trying to act like it is not bothering him.
I would strongly recommend. Well, you already know that he is not very concerned about killing witnesses. So I recommend you
Precisely.
start giving up information.
There is no reason they should talk to you. If they're going to kill me, just do it already.
No. I'm gonna make this last a little bit longer. I'm gonna make you break.
Good luck, little boy.
Oh,
Well, I did come from hell, supposedly. If anyone knows torture better than a demon.
oh, by the by, you wouldn't happen to have any allergies, would you? Namely to silver or holy water?
Want to test it out?
I suppose I could. And Pridwin kind of tightens his glove or his gauntlet.
Paige, at the mention of the allergies to holy water and silver, just mutters under his breath, garlic.
Garlic. It's okay. He's Italian. He has that.
It's in my veins.
You wear it on a fucking, like, you have a little bit of garlic like in a necklace that you just
God.
keep on all the time.
I've just got like a full head of garlic on a chain.
Yeah. All Italians are required to carry garlic with them at all times. It's just mandatory in this universe. I'm
It's my
sorry.
self-defense garlic.
Yeah, it's great. It's great. And then you can also use it in pasta if you run out for some reason.
Oh yeah.
He is just watching you both haughtily, not doing anything.
Wow, he really is an asshole.
I've been called worse by better.
Very well. If you're not going to tell me your allergies, then I suppose I'm just going to have to. And Pridwin's gonna walk over and like lay a gauntlet on him.
The touch of the gauntlet, it seems to be irritating his skin, but not doing much more than that. Just touching the outside of his skin.
Now, on a scale of 1 to 10, how painful is that?
Maybe like a 1. It itches a
Someone-
little. Doesn't feel too bad.
Someone transforms his arm into a blade, and he's going to cut his arm.
Guess I'm allergic to fish, he says playfully, just as Soma cuts his arm. He says, ow!
I'm
Unnecessary.
gonna look at his blood.
You're looking at his blood?
Mm-hmm.
Looks clean to you. Whoever this man is, he is not apparently infected with black blood.
When he says that, there is a slight jolt of electricity.
He grinds his teeth together a bit, but he's doing a damn good job of keeping it together. All
Wow,
considering.
this is a break.
Pridwin cracks open his medical kit and pulls out the couple bottles of holy water. And I'm assuming there's a table in here.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's gonna
Oh.
line them up.
Even tell me the control.
He's just watching you do it slowly. Give it up already, boys. I was trained for this. You are not going to break me with pain.
He pulls him closer and he says, "It starts slow, but it will ramp up over time."
Feel free, you have no idea what kind of training we had to go through to even get here in the first place.
I mean,
Oh.
anyone broken, no matter what training he's gone through, is just the nature of the living.
I
Yes,
do
but
have-
you do not know what I fear, and fear tends to be the thing that works to break the most.
He is
Now,
going to.
I don't know the entirety of the situation, but would these people, if they're using black blood, be afraid of the effects of black blood?
So you're murmuring this, and Maishi, who is still bandaging Leah behind you, mutters, I mean, it's theoretically possible if they know enough about it.
Soma is going to smirk and look at Apollyon.
Apollyon is watching from behind the glass, and he nods a little bit.
I nod at him to walk in.
Apollyon starts to walk in, and Katya stops him, and she says, Don't worry about it. I've got it covered. And she, prevents him from entering the room. She gives you a look from the door, the door frame from where you guys are at, and does the keep going sign with her hand.
All right, he puts like a hand sign to Apollyon to say, stay put for now. And he says, "Well, we're lucky we didn't have to resort to that yet."
So what now? You're going to hurt me some more.
No,
Make
no,
me
suppose
cry.
that
we
would be
should
fun
ask you
to
some
worry
questions.
Make him dance, you said?
about. Soma pulls him closer once more, and he says, "No, hurting you would be far too polite. We've already gone through enough of that."
Now, how about some easier questions? Ones that are a bit less difficult for you to remember.
Oh boy, but I do so love these little children's games.
Well, how about this? I will ask you something very simple. You are clearly of a lupine persuasion, much like your a dearly departed friend.
He and
I'm
I were
beginning-
not friends, so...
Well, my condolences regardless. But my question here is if you are both wolves, and, well, we've been seeing quite a few of those lately, you wouldn't happen to have any connection to the pack, would you?
Maybe I do, maybe I don't. I mean,
Hmm.
you can surmise for yourself whatever you please. I'm not
Soma's going to
telling you anything, you can't fish.
Well,
uh going to sorry, Soma's going to put both hands on the table, and he's going to attempt to manifest ice on the table on the left side and fire on the right side.
Huh. Okay. So, around your left hand, you see a bit of frost particles begin to cover just a little bit of ice around your fingers, and on the right side, your hand heats up with that bluish flame. You see the man's eyes flicker to your hands for a moment, then toward your face, and then he looks back at Pridwin, his jaw setting a bit harder.
If you are a member of the pack, you must not be very high up in the ranks, considering you don't recognize my. And Pridwin gestures to his crest. However, we do happen to be quite knowledgeable in terms of the nature of witches.
I'm simply shaking in my boots. You see that he's not wearing boots.
Oh, you're not very bright.
Coming from you, I'll take that as someone recognizing their own faults.
God. Well, actually, I light up just fine, and Pridwin pulls the chain and starts glowing.
Oh good, the canned fish can light himself up like a lamp. Fascinating.
Could you please stop calling me that?
He smiles devilishly. Oh, they struck a bit of a nerve.
Well, it looks like you're trying to track my style now.
Pridwin's going to start arcing with electricity a bit.
So now it's bad cop, is it? You guys are very bad at working together. He smirks, leaning back in his chair.
Honestly,
Fires another bullet at his nose.
He
Not
once again
at
his
his
eyes
nose,
widen
but
just a bit, and then he looks back at the two of you. Could you maybe get her to stop doing that?
Unfortunately, you're making it very hard for me to want to help you.
Give me a second.
It is not really helping
he's
me.
also
It
making
is
it hard
more.
to miss with all that moving around.
Yeah. It's more of an annoyance, really. Plus, she is wasting the bullets. Shame with such a beautiful gun.
do you know anything about the Wolf of Moscow?
That asshole? Not really. Heard a few rumors here and there, that is all.
What about the twins?
Could you be more specific? He's eyeing you curiously.
The witch twins from hell? Or, I suppose, they were locked there.
Doesn't really ring a bell. Not the twins that I am interested in.
So you're thinking of Viper and Draco then?
Who? He
You
smiles
know,
at you.
the witch twins, the ones here on campus.
No idea what you are talking about.
And I thank you very much do. Thank you for your honesty. See, it wasn't so hard.
Surmise what you want. You are not getting anything out of me willingly.
I think I did get something out of you. You just didn't have to say it directly.
And you are right, we don't have to get anything out of you willingly, per se, but I am trying my best. Before we have to resort to the less pleasant options.
Back to the good cop again. This is getting wishy-washy. Is that the term for it?
Alright, this guy's an asshole. I'm calling up Leon.
Yes, that sounds like a good idea.
Apollyon, I'm going to have him walk into the room.
Kat is blocking him and she eyes him and then lets him in. But
He
she
walks
is
in.
murmuring to him, I have it handled.
Well, I can make things go by a little faster. And he walks into the room and tries to set in that chill in the man's spine.
Oh, it does. You for just a second see his eyes flicker towards your figure, Apollyon. You see his body get a bit more rigid, leaning back further in the chair. His wrists shift uncomfortably in the handcuffs in front of him.
He looks to Abaddon and he says, well, do you want to have some fun?
I thought you'd never ask.
He points the scythe in his direction.
What are you gonna do with that thing, Big Man? Are you going to cut me too? What is this, bad cop, bad cop, bad cop now? You look like the Three
yeah.
Stooges in here.
He
Just-
Apollyon.
misses his nose again.
Before you experience what you're about to experience, just remind yourself that I did try to keep this from happening.
Yeah, I really wasn't such a bad cop until he walked in. And Apollyon giving the biggest smile he's given in a long time, almost as if he's having fun. I'm going to cast Domain of Horror.
Okay. This should be interesting. Roll me a d20.
An 18.
Oh yeah, this should be fun. Okay, so Apollyon is the only one that is privy to this.
Uh-huh.
And Abaddon, of course.
Yeah.
So the rest of you are watching, and this box forms, all darkness around Apollyon and the figure, and they're just gone. All sensories are deprived. Anything that's happening inside that box, none of you can see or hear inside of it.
Mm-hmm.
Inside the box, Apollyon, you're watching as this man, now unchained, he's in a room. It looks like almost like the room that Katya was in. A bunker somewhere, concrete walls, chains, and he is turning and looking around. His eyes have widened a little bit nervously. What am I doing here? This is impossible. This is impossible. I should not be in this room. Where am I? And as he begins to turn, you see along the walls some kind of black liquid beginning to crawl, almost like a vegetation growing. You recognize not only a hint of black blood in this, but also just you can feel the pestilence form of your blade humming with delight from within Abaddon as it crawls
Also
along the walls.
a little flavor for this. In like the little shadows in each part of the room can be seen wide, like red pupilled eyes staring directly at him.
Yeah,
And
he
some other
is
shadows is just
so
wide grins.
uncomfortable. Man, he is so. And as you watch, he looks down and tears the flannel open, and long cuts and scratches are beginning to form across his chest from seemingly nothing. On his left arm, there is an enormous bite impression, jagged tooth marks that are beginning to bleed. He grips at his arm and stumbles backwards, hitting the wall, and that's when the pestilence, the vines, and all of that filth begin to coil themselves around him. He lets out a terrified shriek, and as he looks up, he sees what looks to be the form of a wolf hovering in the distance, except this wolf is massive, and its eyes are glowing a vicious purple. There is just this low, resounding snarl. And then all of a sudden, your domain expires. He's back in his chair and he's breathing hard, trying to recollect himself and get himself together. The rest of you suddenly see this box is gone instantly, and the man is sitting there. He's in a cold sweat.
Now do you want to call me a can of fish again, or should we talk?
He's not saying
Pridwin the
anything.
sardine.
Apollyon looks at Prigwin and he says, "I think I may have shook him to his core."
He's not saying anything. He is shooketh.
Do you want to talk, or should we do that again?
Not saying anything. See you.
Apollyon smiles again with a thought, and he transforms his blade into the pestilence version and aims it at him.
So he, not knowing anything about your blades, he is intrigued when your blade transforms, but not much past that.
He's just going to like try to exude this aura of rot around the table.
You can see him shuddering a little bit, but apart from being uncomfortable, he's not really doing much more than that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that is unfortunate. I suppose we should probably go through that again.
No.
No? Well, I could ask him very nicely to stop, but I need something from you first.
I can't say anything to you.
But you can.
No.
You physically cannot. Who did you make a deal with?
I didn't make a deal with anyone.
Then why are you trying so hard to keep it?
It is in my training. Please, if you're going to kill me, just kill me.
Why would I do that? Soma says.
I am not giving you anything. You can't make me. You can hurt me all you want. I spent years getting hurt for this kind of interrogation. I am expecting it. Just do your worst.
Well, if physical pain isn't going to work, Apollyon?
Apollyon puts out his hand and he says, what if I were to effectively remove your training?
You cannot remove something like that so easily.
I can try. A devil's deal is pretty clever.
I do not believe you. I am loyal to my family. I will tell you nothing. You see Katya in the background kind of clear her throat and give you this look, Soma, this whenever you're done kind of look, calmly leaning in the doorframe.
Soma releases the chain, but he's going to freeze the handcuffs in place. And he's going to walk to the door and says, I think we should let the little one take over.
What are you talking about? That little brat? You think she's going to have a better effect on me than that scary scythe man? You all are more stupid than you look.
I believe you're the one who's going to realize that you're a fool. And remember, I tried to do this the nice way.
You don't scare me. He
I
turns
don't,
his
but
head
you
away
will.
from you.
Soma
She
opens the door and lets Katya in.
She, before she walks in, she, holds her hand out to you, Pridwin, and she says, I'm going to need a glass of water.
Oh, yes, of course. Pridwin will pull out his cup and fill it.
She takes it in her hand and looks up at you, giving you a thankful nod. And then she looks towards the man and she says, all of you get out.
Certainly.
You look
Oh.
down, and beside her feet, just outside the doorway, you see a familiar object. It appears to be an animal crate. Except now it's closed, and something is moving inside of it.
Soma is going to demanifest the ice and walk into the room.
Into the room with the guy, or?
Out of the room.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Apollyon doing the same?
Yeah.
Pridwin, you're the last one out. Anything you want to do or say?
Don't do anything too horrible, please.
Soma leans down and he says, Douglas and I taught you well.
I didn't learn this from
And
either of you, she says as she starts to walk into the room, grabbing the door to close it behind her.
Soma is smiling and he says, oh my god, she's much better than I thought she was.
So, Katya, she walks into the room and she sets this glass of water on the center of the table in front of him. She proceeds to pull off her hoodie, and for the first time, you all kind of huddling near the window, all of you just watching this, you can see the bandages. She's got on like one of those tight-fitting sport tops. Her stomach is exposed and it's just wrapped, and you can see the teeth impressions still darkly colored, still leaking with infection. You see the man smile wryly as she does this and tosses her hoodie to the side. Well, well, well. So you're the little brat that I was supposed to meet that got away. Kati doesn't say anything. She simply stands on the other side of the table and crosses her arms. It is a shame, no? It would have been so much simpler if you had come with us. Could have spared you the, bite of death you got there. She sighs, keeping a straight face, and she says, 2 to 3 weeks. He tilts his head, kind of confused. The fuck are you on about, child? Well, that's approximately how long the Lyssa virus takes to set in. 2 to 3 weeks. Though sometimes it's as soon as 4 days. Sometimes it takes a whole year before you start to see symptoms, though it's rare nowadays. Mutts like you are especially susceptible. That's right. I know what you are. She starts to pull a piece of paper from her jogger pocket and lays it on the table. As you guys watch, you see that she has sketched something on this piece of paper. Does anybody want to try and get a good look at it from the window?
Yep.
Absolutely.
D20.
Hey, 16.
10.
Pridwin, you are the only one who's going to see this out of them. There is, it looks to be the drawing of a soul. This one, you can see there is, canine-like ears at the top brushed with fur. You can see it is enwrapped with almost like kind of like a bolt of electricity kind of, but it looks off, not like electricity, but maybe like some kind of magical energy or power that has ensnared this soul. And it's completely charcoal, so it's not colored, so you can't see either way. There is like around the soul in the background, you can see what looks to be the drawing of a full moon.
Interesting.
Sorry, I'm giving you guys chances to talk amongst yourselves, so I don't have to talk the whole time.
Someone's just walking.
Pridwin will mention what's on the paper.
She's
Okay.
good, Liam says under his breath. He's coming over to stand next to you guys. His whole chest is wrapped now. Amaishi is sitting on the desk, just listening to everything. You're a long way from your pack, aren't you? And this is supposed to scare me? You don't know shit about the Lyssa virus. Probably overheard your mom speaking about it from her book club or something. No, I told you in the pink-haired egotist, I ain't saying shit, so you might as well drop it. She just offers him a soft smile. Kind of sad around the edges. Her eyes falling a bit with the memory. You know, when I was little, we had this dog. He was, a retriever. Really smart, obedient, like you. Didn't notice the bite at first. Took 6 weeks for the symptoms to show. That's the thing about the virus. By the time the symptoms start, you're already dead. She starts walking toward the door as she's speaking, opening it just enough to retrieve something outside. You're familiar with how it works. You hear him begin to growl under his breath. His body is beginning to tremble just a little bit. That cold sweat seems to be getting worse. She turns around and appears to be holding the animal carrier in her hands. It is covered on the front and, you know, the little slots in the animal carriers, like on the sides. You guys can see movement from within, but you definitely can't tell what is in it. Interestingly enough, rabies doesn't really work in the bloodstream. It multiplies through your nervous system. That's why it's undetectable. Until the symptoms start anyways. Slight pain in your back, a little headache. By this point, you're already dead. Your body just doesn't know it yet. She sets the animal carrier on the table next to the glass of water. There are sounds of movement inside at this just set. It's the only virus known to man that has a 100% kill rate. Isn't that fascinating? You see, as she sets it down, this guy is trying to push himself as far back in the chair as he can. He is becoming more and more rigid, his jaws grinding together. You're such a lying little girl. You have no idea what you're talking about. Let me out of these cuffs. Let me out of here. Next, you start to notice a little fever. Little virus, you think. Common. Except it's not. You start to fidget. You get uncomfortable. Anxious. Horrified even, but you aren't entirely sure why. That's because by this point, the virus has started eating away at the part of your brain that controls reactions like fear. Soon your muscle coordination and your ability to balance will go. Hope you don't need to walk anymore. Sometimes it varies. Seizures, paralysis, sensitivity to light. As she says this, you see her pulling another object from her pocket. It is a penlight. She clicks it on and she lifts the cover a bit to shine it inside of the animal carrier, and there's this almost visceral reaction. The crate begins to rock back and forth violently. There are the sounds of something inside of it screeching and scratching and hissing and just screaming uncontrollably.
Soma is going to lean over to Sadie and is gonna be like, "What the hell did she bring home?"
Sadie is looking up at you and she just says, I don't know.
That's a good sign. We should stop letting her bring animals home.
Her knowledge of diseases is frightening.
You
It's very
have
frightening.
no idea, Liam says under his breath.
What does she do to you? He says to Liam.
I don't want to talk about it, he mutters.
You know what? That's fair.
You know the worst part is, right before you die, you get extreme hydrophobia. Maddeningly thirsty to the point it hurts. And yet every time you try to drink, your throat closes up, your body turns away. Complete and utter fear of water. I mean, an IV might prolong your life just a little, but you were dead when the headache started. The guy is shaking now, and he's trying to push his chair further and further back. Are you fucking crazy? What kind of monster are you? Get that thing away from me! What are you so afraid of? It's too late. You've already been bitten. Look for yourself. She gestures toward his arm. And as you guys watch, he pales, looks down, and near his wrist, there appears to be some kind of scratch that you overlooked earlier. Maybe teeth impressions. You're not entirely sure.
Soma is just smiling wide right now. He's enjoying this.
Well, your symptoms haven't started yet, clearly, but it has been, a few hours. Still probably time to administer the vaccine if you hurried. Like this one. She reaches into her other pocket and pulls out what looks to be a capped syringe. She kind of twirls it around her small fingers back and forth. What were you saying?
You continue.
Of course, I might be inclined to give it to you, but why should I? As you've said, you don't feel like talking, and you've asked rather impolitely for me to leave, so I think I'll go ahead and do that. I'll leave my friend here with you. She starts to turn and walk back for the door. Hope the crate holds it. I wonder, does the virus move faster if the person is bitten multiple times? I guess we'll find out. Have fun, and you should probably enjoy that glass of water. It's gonna be the last one that you drink. And she opens the door and walks out. Shuts it behind her.
Soma has walked up to her and he's begun praising her.
She kind of smiles smugly. You see that she's got an arm wrapped around her midsection. She's shaking a little bit, and she looks like she's in pain. But she looks proud that Soma is proud of her.
Yeah.
Oh, Pridwin comes over and he says, "You are frighteningly brilliant."
Thank you.
About how long do you think we should take before
There's
going
a fan
back in
button on
there?
the microwave.
You hear screaming from just inside the like horrified rattling of the chair and the handcuffs and it's a mess in there.
He leans down to Katya and he says, if he's still alive after this, do you think I can finish the job?
Maybe. I kind of wanted to kill him. He's kind of a jerk.
He called me a fish 3 times.
Yeah.
I wanted to burn him in a hellfire and send him straight down, that way.
To be fair, I kind of wanted to just punch him to death, but I mean, if you know, want to
We
do
could
your
double
thing, we could double team him.
triple team. He looks over at Pridwin.
All my
Sure.
things would kill him instantly. You guys have fun.
I'd be a bit concerned about you trying to beat a man to death bare-fisted. You should
So,
probably wear
going
my
to-
gauntlet.
You look
So-
down as you say this, and you notice Katya's knuckles are scarred as shit. You can tell they have been broken multiple times.
Oh fuck.
Mm,
Someone's going to walk up to Paige and he's gonna say, "Do you have any pistol ammo by chance?"
Pidge blinks at you. There's a
Who?
long pause.
Okay.
No. I don't think I do.
Okay. Wanted to shatter his kneecaps first. Maybe I can have Katya do it with her fists.
I can
take care of
shatter
that.
his entire leg. Just make a big hole where they used to be.
Not sure that you're gonna need to do that, though, she says, and she's just kind of leaned back listening at the door. You hear the man pleading, just begging for anybody listening at this point.
Do you think he's ready now?
Could give it a little longer with our little friend in there.
Yep. Someone's gonna lean up against the door. 1 sec, I'll be right back.
You see, as they're waiting, Katya kind of reaches down and she touches at the spot on her middle and just winces.
Katya, how's that injury doing?
I've been better.
And you've been changing it out every day, right?
I'm trying to. It hurts
Here.
a lot.
Do you want me to take a look at it while we're waiting for our friend in the other room to reevaluate his life?
Yeah, I guess you can. She shifts a bit, and you see her unbinding at the edge of it, and she begins to pull it away. And it the first couple layers are wrapped over themselves, so you know it's not too bad. But once she gets to the layers that are connected to the skin, she starts peeling, and it's just this black stuck to it. She has to pull it off carefully, and you can see that she is grinding her teeth together just to keep quiet.
Oh, goodness. Here, Pridwin's gonna pull out. He keeps a couple of clean rags in his med kit, and he folds one up and says, "For the pain, just bite down on this."
She does so. Would you like to roll me a d20 for a thought?
Ooh. And 15?
You saw her memories. You've seen that most of the time, people who are infected with black blood, they don't get punctured easily. It seems to block the punctures. But these wounds appear to be pretty deep.
How? I'm still wondering how this happened exactly. It shouldn't be this severe with your affliction.
What do you know about my affliction? She says, looking at you.
I'm back. What did I miss?
He's trying to look at Katya's wounds.
Oh, alright.
Pridwin's like also trying to help, like he's got his medical bag and he's trying to help like clean them and
Mhm.
You know, check to see if it's like, if the infection's gotten worse, or if it seems to be like getting better, if it's
It
like
looks
the
like it's
same.
gotten worse. Which, again,
Oh,
is strange to you, considering that it has been taken care of every single day.
Mhm.
this is bad.
Apollyon, you're
Yes.
actually nearby. Pestilence is still out.
Yeah.
Pestilence is taking a lot of interest.
I see. He puts it forward. He
It just
says,
hums a little bit.
oh, Beelzebub seems pretty happy with us.
That's not a good thing.
Well, whatever pleases him, I still get to use his power.
Here. I'm trying to think. Well, we're probably going to need to get you some antibiotic medication.
She eyes you.
Hopefully, I think I might have an idea,
Okay.
at least to reduce it.
Here, I'll be right back
Oh.
once I have to grab my girlfriend something, but I'll be right back.
Although my healing water doesn't work on afflicted people, my healing light does.
Okay.
The only problem is that there is a 50-50 chance that rather than healing light, I produce violent electricity.
Like what happened with Sadie.
Like what happened with Sadie.
Maybe not the time or the place for this, Katya says.
Yes, I think we should pick a place that's empty that we can fire lightning bolts at while I try to heal your injury.
Yeah, not the time or
Possibly.
the place.
We could probably go to the crater later.
She nods a little.
Worst case scenario, you'll get to blow up a couple trees.
But no doctors, right?
No doctors.
She seems very anxious.
If we need to get medication, I will make sure to go out and get it myself. I'm not going to make you see any doctors.
Good. You hear the screaming in the background has just gotten a whole lot worse.
I think you might be ready now.
He's like sobbing at this point.
Oh no. Oh, okay.
Oh, you joined it at a fantastic time.
Is there a way to get?
Katya kind of gestures at the door with an, after you type of look.
Right, I'm back. Can I kill him yet?
Pridwin will open the door and step inside.
So no longer is the chair in front of the table, like it is in the corner of the room. He has somehow managed to like shimmy this chair all the way into the corner. His knees are curled up against him, and he has just made himself as small as possible.
Mhm.
Katya, would you like to remove your pet from the room for now?
No.
We'll leave him there for extra effect, Soma says as he walks in. At this point, like, Soma is, like, fidgeting, but he also, like, with this huge smile on his face, there's, like, in his eyes, he's just sort of, like, angry.
Mm-hmm.
So, would you like to call me a fish again, or can we talk?
He's shaking and looking at you, but he's listening this time, like genuinely listening to you.
Now, I am a doctor, and I know how to administer a vaccination. Of course, my friend here is going to have to be okay with that, and he gestures over to Katya.
She's twirling the syringe on her fingers again slowly.
And that means you're going to have to answer our questions.
I will try.
Very good. Soma, would you like to start asking?
Yes, I would. He walks up to the table and he says, "What are you trying to do? What are your plans?
Could you be a little more specific, please?
What's with the black blood, the modified version?"
I, I don't know everything. Really, I don't. I, there was a situation that occurred, and we managed to get our hands on one of the enemy's pawns. He was infected with this affliction, and we were able to take some of it to play with, so to speak.
So you have nothing to do with Patient Zero, you and your little faction of yours.
You think we created this? No. No, a monster created this. I have seen it tear through our people. They've used it on some of the lower members, and it. He shudders violently.
So you and your little group, terrified of this little black blood disease, decided to use it for your own purposes, and for what?
I didn't decide to do anything. I was just given orders and I had them filled out.
And you didn't. Have you ever once thought that maybe this is a bad idea? That maybe you would get put into a situation like this?
That is the problem with working in this line of work. You're always in danger.
And you never thought once that maybe protecting your family is more important?
Why do you think I am here?
Right. Because there's never a choice, is there?
Oh, I made my choice a long time ago.
The wrong one.
Perhaps to you.
No, you'll see. Maybe you'll meet my mom down in hell.
He sneers at you. But then he sees Katya standing behind you, still twirling the syringe, and the smile slowly fades.
He walks closer and he says, "Tell me everything you know that involves your little escapades through our school."
As I said, you are going to ask specific questions. I cannot just unleash everything.
Why was the red-haired man on school?
To infiltrate your ranks. Thought
Yes,
that much was obvious.
very much so. We went through his office, fought with a few curse tags. Speaking of which, how did you get your hands on those?
The care stacks.
Very much so.
There is a black market for this sort of thing, don't you know?
That's a good lead there. And who's the front runner for this black market?
I don't know. I'm given equipment. I am not the one who is in the supply management.
Do you happen to know somebody with a red cloak and a mask?
He kind of grimaces.
From what I've seen, he seems to know a decent bit about the black market. A specific black market, actually. You know, how this Katya here was the one who got away. Was it the specific one where they were trading children?
I don't know about that. It was not my prerogative. But the little one, I know much about her.
Yes, and that's what I mean.
Katya kind of stops twirling the syringe.
What do you know about her? Why is your group so interested in her?
She's different.
Well, we've already figured that much, but how different? What do you know about what she's capable of?
I do not.
You really are a good dog, fighting for a cause that you don't even understand.
I know that she is important pawn in the game. I do not know what purpose the pawn is. I do know that she's infected with this affliction. He grimaces looking at her. And I do
Another.
know that for some reason she is incredibly resistant to it. Which is why I was told to give the vials to the red-haired man.
Uh, Soma with like sort of not really irritated, but just this like excited smile, but doesn't seem to like this guy at all. He says, "So, let's say hypothetically you were to succeed in your mission. What exactly was the goal? What would have happened?"
I want to see where the child's breaking point is. Or if she does not have one. The
I
black
see.
blood was supposed to quicken her progress because she has not progressed in her progression like everyone else has.
So
Hmm.
you were aiming to hit her with it and see if it would worsen her affliction?
That was the goal, but apparently that did not happen as she still seems to be sane.
Yes. It appears that your friend hit the wrong target.
Of course he did. The asshole. Can't do anything
Well,
right.
you can thank me for that.
Oh,
And also Pidge, the little one with the white hair.
the one who keeps
Hmm.
firing this stupid sniper rifle at me.
Yeah, she's quite talented with it, isn't she?
Yeah, you think I'm good.
Well, anything else you would like to tell us about why you're here on school grounds?
Specific questions, he says, tisking at you.
Like I said, anything revolving around specifically why you are here.
I will answer specific questions only.
Wow, you really can't interpret anything, can you?
It is not the matter of interpretation. He, with his chained hands, he points to his mind slowly.
It's a good dog. Well, I
He
suppose I
grimaces at the good dog part.
he he says, "Well, suppose I have one more question."
As you say that, Katya bursts past you and almost shouts, "Where is my dad?"
And that is where I was going. She beat
He
me to the punch.
he stops and looks at her curiously. Your father is dead. Not who I'm talking about. He kind of eyes her suspiciously and then looks up at you.
Douglas Ashford, him and his little girlfriend Eliza.
He lifts a brow. You think that we had something to do with that?
We seem to know something about it now that you recognize what I'm talking about.
I do know who you are talking about. They are subjects of interest. However, their
Apollyon.
disappearance has been, how do you say, a wrench in the works?
Apollyon walks into the room and he says, "He's been locked away somewhere."
It sounds like the work of one of our rivals, so to speak. Lady M does not know where they are, and none of her underlings were responsible for it, I can tell you that much.
Apollyon looks to Katya and he says, "If you have questions about Douglas, I think I may be able to answer. The events the other nights, they yielded some fruit. I just had to wait for the time to speak on it, but it seems you took matters into your own hands, and for that I apologize."
She looks up desperately at you, Apollyon.
But before we get into that, how about we finish this little jig here?
Yes, please.
Soma smiles once more, looking at Katya. Can I?
He couldn't answer before, but maybe now he can. I want to know about these spooky, scary witch twins that everybody's talking about. You see his eye twitch Like he wants to say something badly.
So you do know about them. Not only just Draco and Viper, but you do know about the twins, those locked away in hell. Let's see. Do you actually recall who I am?
He eyes you. I feel like you are another important pawn on the board.
Yes, well, they see me as a pawn, but see, my mother did a very unfortunate thing in creating me and made me supposedly the cleverest one. And now it's my job to take control of this board.
I wouldn't know anything about that.
Anything about a prophecy then involving those two witches?
My superiors would probably know more on that subject.
Where could I find them?
Good luck.
Well, thank you for the bout of luck. I would just like to know where.
Look, do you have any idea just how low on the food chain we are? You
You
see,
are.
we we are down here. He gestures low towards his thighs. Spiders picking at flies, gathering information in our webs. Lady M, he raises his hand slowly towards his shoulder. Wolves in the flesh, strong and dangerous, alone, unbeatable together. That is why they are gathering. But they could crush us with a flick of their wrist. These twins that you keep speaking on, they are monsters. So far above us on the food chain, we aren't even aware of them. You have no idea just how small you really are in all of this.
It isn't about how small you are when you start out, or whatever place other people put you in the world. It's about the place you put yourself in the world. I may just be so small on the food chain, but I'm still a snake, and I will slither my way up to the tree of knowledge, find that little forbidden fruit, and, well, puns aside, I'm going to take control of this game. And rather, I'm sick of you. So, Katya, I'll let you start this.
Katya, grinding her teeth together, she looks genuinely upset, like all of this information has started to do the opposite and break her. She's losing her calm demeanor. And she, with the syringe, stabs it into the table and slowly runs it out against the wood. The man smiles sadly. But of course, why should I have expected to live after all of this?
Yeah,
Just know this, children. This isn't a chess game. It's a battle royale. And you're all playing in it, whether you want
actually,
to or not.
now that you mention it, I'm actually going to be the one leading this battle royale. And, well, Katya, do what you will.
You see her slowly reach over to the cage on the table, and she grabs the hinges and starts to open it. Would either of you like to do anything, considering you are standing within range of this thing?
Um, Pridwin's going to yell, Katya, that's a bad idea.
Why?
Yeah,
She looks
I
up with a deadpan expression.
I
If
feel
that
like
is
we can.
if that is a rabid animal in there, I don't want to be trying to treat rabies as well as that infection.
She slowly smiles, while you're saying this and begins to unlatch it and swings it open.
Just don't let him die too quickly.
I think I already know what's inside of that kettle.
Oh, don't worry, Katya says, and you watch as Sai emerges
Yep.
from
Oh.
the kennel and crawls up onto her arm slowly and tilts her head. Sai has this eat shit grin on her face.
I fucking knew it. I knew that Sai was with them from the moment I saw the fucking frosting on the window.
The man looks so confused.
Oh, and Soma looks at him. He says, "Oh, you're fucked."
You are incredibly clever.
She smiles devilishly and then
I thought
holds
she
her
got-
hand out to you, Pridwin.
Pridwin will take it and he'll say, well, look on the bright side. At least I'm going to make this a bit quicker than it would have been.
I'll take the last breath. I want to make sure he goes straight down to hell.
Right. And Katya wraps her hands around yours.
And Pridwin transforms.
Oh boy. You two are of one mind now, and you are suggesting all of these different abilities, and Katya does not seem to be listening to you anymore. You see her hands beginning to tighten, and you feel this immense, powerful grip on you. And for a strange moment, you almost feel trapped. She starts walking towards the man, and without waiting for any kind of command or pleading or instruction, she just punches him as hard as she can with this shield. Hitting him with the sharper edge near the bottom. He just takes the hit, looks up, and his eyes are just locked into hers. And he gives her that same sad smile. Pridwin, would you like to do anything about this situation that you are starting to find yourself in?
Katya, please make it quick. He cooperated.
Soma, do you have anything to say? Actually, Soma, roll me a d20. If you're still here. Might have muted yourself.
Roll it.
I'll have him roll when he gets back. Katya is not listening to you.
Wait, I'm back. Wait,
There,
what's up?
I asked you to roll a d20.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my laptop died, so I'm on my phone right now.
It's all good.
I rolled a 50.
A 15?
Yeah.
Yeah, you see it. You see the same thing that you've seen before in Sadie's eyes. The edges beginning to darken. Katya turns and hits this man again and again. Her eyes getting darker all the while.
Katya,
She's not listening to you. In fact, it almost seems like maybe you're not resonating with her really at all. You're being held. You're not working together.
can Pridwin try to reach out to her?
Roll me d20.
Oh boy. 19.
You hear something through your resonance link, but it sends a chill straight down your spine. You hear laughter, but it's twofold. It's
Soma?
Katya's voice, but it's also this raspy, aged, older woman.
Katya,
Soma's going to walk up to her with sort of a frown right behind her. He's going to touch her, and I'm going to attempt to disrupt the resonance.
Are you gonna try and use your melody?
Yeah.
What melody are you using?
Um.
Like, what are you humming?
Um.
Because you don't have an instrument on you.
He's going to whistle.
Roll me d20.
7.
A 7?
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Pridwin, if you would like to try and get out of her grip, you're going to have to roll for it.
Oh boy, yeah. Once he realizes that he can't like get her attention and like pull her back, he's going to start trying to force himself off.
Yeah, you feel your energy is starting to be sapped into her fingers almost.
16.
You try once, and it doesn't work. The fingers coil around you almost painfully. You try again, and again. It doesn't feel like a child's hand inside of you anymore. It feels like something ancient is digging its nails into your flesh. And then finally on the third, you manage to stumble away. You flash out of your form and you collapse backwards, almost barreling into Soma in the process, breathing hard. Your nose is bleeding. Your head is screaming at this searing, almost migraine level behind your eyes. Katya is still punching the man.
Soma is going to. He still has a straight face, and he's going to slowly wrap his arms around her. Not tight, but like sort of maternally.
She gets like maybe 3 or 4 more punches off on this guy before she starts to shake and her swings slow. And her hands fall at her sides, her knuckles completely bloody. Broken yet again. She kind of just hangs in your arms.
He props her up against the wall and stands up with a frown on his face, and he looks over to the man and he says, "Well, I suppose my head is more clear now, but I'm not evil." He turns over, like, directly towards the man, and he says, "I'll make this quick for you." And he's going to create an ice spike in his hands and stab it into his heart.
Yeah, this man is at this point eager. He doesn't fight you, he doesn't try to dodge it, he just lets it happen. You can feel his life force fading, and he doesn't seem to try and fight it.
He whispers into his ear, "Hell is not a place for you now."
You see the soul burst free, hovering in front of him, angry and red.
He takes it and he slowly puts it into his mouth.
You eat it. The texture is the same amazing quality. It's got a gamey taste to it, and for a moment as you do eat it, you feel something within you spark. You feel that immense hunger, wanting more.
He swallows, he turns around and picks up Katya and walks out of the room.
Third one. You are
Yeah.
staring at a lifeless corpse. The migraine pain has stopped finally. Your nose is still bleeding, but for the most part, you seem okay.
Pridwin, he like pulls out his handkerchief and wipes the blood that's on his mask away and gets up.
Katya is limp in your arms. She's like almost like she's coming out of a trance, not completely sure where she is.
What soul do I write down? Is there a name?
His name is Calis, C-A-L-I-S. And in parentheses, you can write werewolf next to it. You guys kind of walk into the next room. You can see Liam looks really uncomfortable and worried. Amaishi looks impressed. Let's see who else is in there. Amaishi, Liam. Oh, freaking Sadie is uncomfortable. She looks upset. A lot of mixed emotions in the room that you walk into.
Mm-hmm. He's gonna walk up to Liam. Actually, no. He's gonna walk up to Sadie and sort of gesture to put Katya in her arms.
Sadie takes her without hesitation.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of cradles her against her chest.
And he looks down and he says, I am not going to let her become like him. And walks out of the room.
Birdwin, you see this. You're left with the group that is now standing in this office in the warehouse. Liam kind of looks at all of you and says, well, that could have gone better, I suppose.
Yes, what happened? She just stopped resonating with me and kept hitting him.
I did tell you, he says, looking at you, Pridwin, that something's not right with her.
I just wish I knew what we could do to help.
I don't know who could get through to her besides one of her parents. Maybe Soma would have a chance, but she won't open up to me, that's for fucking sure.
Apollyon speaks out and he says, Eliza has been watching. Maybe one day she'll actually decide to return to her post.
Can we summon her somehow? Is there some way we could... What if... Could we trick her?
Trick her into coming back here.
No, trick Katya. Is anybody good with illusions?
Unfortunately not.
Nothing that I know of.
Damn.
Smoke bombs.
Smoke and mirrors.
Well, short of convincing her to talk, I'm not sure there's much we can do.
I want to try to talk to her, but I don't think there's much else I can do.
Maybe if you, I don't know, get her in a good place, she'll be more apt to listen to you?
I think I have an idea.
Well, Liam looks over at Sadie and kind of smiles sadly. We tried.
Yeah, we did. She had a good plan, I guess. Wish it had been more helpful to you guys.
She looks up at the rest of you kind of sadly.
No, it's fine. I mean, me and Soma weren't getting anything out of him.
He was a tough egg to crack. Apollyon speaks out and he says, when I went through his ears, there was this big, angry wolf. Huge, glowing eyes.
Fredwin!
Hmm?
You have a feeling you know what that is. Or rather, who that is.
Hang on, what did he say?
Big glowing wolf, a big bad wolf with glowing eyes.
Oh yeah, Pridwin has a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
That was probably his boss. And I'm not surprised that he'd be afraid of her.
Or maybe that Wolf of Moscow asshole, but I haven't really seen it before.
Could be that too, however, he didn't really respond in general when we asked him. Not even a. Well, he said he knew about it, but he didn't show any sign of, like, actual intimate knowledge.
For somebody who's supposed to be pack oriented, it's almost like he didn't know anybody he was working with. Isn't that a little odd to the rest of you?
It's incredibly odd. I suppose the witch. Well, witches do like to keep people in the dark, but still. It's odd. Unless she's putting up the illusion that they all know everything.
I don't think he's a handler, Sadie says, thinking. I think he's just a messenger.
I think so too. A good little dog, a pawn following orders.
Hmm. I suppose that's not surprising either.
So, like, what now? Amaishi says angrily. You can see she's been brooding in the corner and she's, like, crackling with energy.
Hmm.
Well, the guy's dead, so you don't need to look like you're about to kill somebody.
I can't help it, she mutters under her breath, pacing.
You know what? That's fair.
I get a bit sparky too when I'm in a bad mood.
As for those of you who weren't there at the Inner Circle meeting today, I might have Draco brief you all.
Amaishi kind of nods and says Nixera said she had something to talk about. I'm assuming that has to be it.
Exactly right. I came up with a plan that may just work to get rid of
Right.
the demons and witches.
She starts to walk through the door. Guess I better go get debriefed then. She waves her hands in the ooh type of way and walks out backwards.
I suppose I should probably just head back to the cabin. Please tell Katya that I want to speak with her when she wakes up.
I will let her know. I'm gonna go prepare for the culling games.
So you guys start to walk back to campus.
Hmm.
Pridwin, are you walking with the rest of them, or are you? Because Soma's branching off to go do his own thing, obviously.
Taking Apollyon with.
And
Yeah.
Apollyon. Both of them are branching off to go do their own thing.
Hmm.
I mean, there's not a whole lot Pridwin needs to do right now, so he's probably just gonna stick with them.
Okay.
At least for a bit.
So Soma and Apollyon, you guys start walking off, and Sadie and Liam. Liam is keeping very close to Sadie. Katya is like in piggyback mode on Sadie's back with her head on her shoulder, and she just doesn't look good. She just really doesn't. You guys start walking back to the cabin, and Liam keeps glancing at her and just shaking his head or looking uncomfortable, and finally he looks up at you. Aren't you supposed to be a healer?
Yes, I'm planning on trying to. Oh, actually, we should head to the crater. I'm going to need someone to wield me.
Liam kind of turns his nose up a little bit. Don't look at me.
Apollyon looks back and smiles. I could wield you.
That's a bad idea.
I don't think that is. I mean, I resonated with a witch just fine, but I don't think that a demon would be a good idea. Preferably anyone else. I was just going to have Katya wield me while I tried to heal her. But
Soma looks at Sadie and he says, well, we could all do joint training.
She looks up at you and she's just somber. Like, everything from today has just been very grating on her. She just doesn't look to be in a good spot right now, and she says, whatever you need.
You know what? I'm actually going to have you rest and look after Katya for now. I'll be back soon.
Yeah, as usual.
I promise this time.
She nods a little somberly. It's about this time that you guys have reached the point where, like, you're either gonna turn to, like, go to the cabins or, like, keep walking toward campus.
I'll message Viper or Nick Stars.
Yes, Viper I know I can resonate with. I just don't know if she can come out of the hiding necessarily.
Yeah, that's gonna be a problem, Sadie whispers.
But, and I know I can't resonate with Sadie. When we tried, it was not good.
What other Meisters do we know around here?
Well, there's the professors, Sadie says. But,
Only one with the inner circle.
right. We need to find another Meister professor that we can add to the inner circle. This is tough.
Soma thinks to himself, Iger's gonna hate me for this.
Liam squints at you. Oh, not her.
I don't think we have anyone else.
Not her, please.
Might I ask who exactly?
Remember the hallway.
Oh, her, the woman who we just met. I need someone to resonate with, so if we can trust her.
Let's do it. I'll go look for her. You guys meet at the crater.
Alright, sounds good.
Alright. Soma begins walking back to campus to look for her.
Okay, so you guys are walking toward the crater. Soma, you are heading onto campus. Where are you looking?
I'm gonna look in the admin wing.
Okay, you start walking toward the admin wing, and you actually run into Elizabeth. The little glowing balls of light are, like, playing around her collar. She is currently in like the little coffee area. It looks like she's making herself some tea.
Hello. Seen you in a minute.
Nice to see you too,
The
Soma. The little glowy lights stop and look over at you with interest.
He looks over to her and he says, so, I actually had a question. I've been looking for someone.
Aren't we all? She says under her breath.
You know what? I can't deny that. It's a new professor, sort of cyan-colored hair.
She stops. The new professor?
Yeah.
The one that's been here for like 2 days?
Yeah, exactly that. Iger's new partner.
Yeah, we'll see if that happens.
Right. I just want to know where she is. I ran into her earlier.
Well, considering it's the middle of the night, I would assume that she's probably in, I don't know, her bed?
He thinks to himself, knowing Iger and his partners, maybe.
She squints at you. Well, Iger's room is in the gym. I doubt that they're together, though. He's been pretty stubborn about the whole thing.
Oh, trust me, I know. Basically, well, she was my first thought. I've been looking for a Meister. I've been looking to do some joint training, but all the other Meisters in my group are tired.
Well, I wish I could help, but at the moment I really can't. Let me think though.
And she, paces kind of thoughtfully.
Well, there's Kaiser, but I wouldn't trust him as far as you could throw him. Of course, there's Mandy and Andy in the medical wing. They're both weapons, but I mean, considering you need somebody who can help take care of something, they're kind of the go-to around here. I suppose there's that creepy undead cowboy that's around.
He can wield?
Did you not notice the repeater on his back?
I thought that was just a gun.
Oh no, she's something else, she says, kind of looking away.
I feel so bad for her.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for your help. I guess I'll keep searching.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No
It's
worries.
not great that everybody's kind of off campus right now. Normally I'd suggest one of the death scythes and their meisters, but you know.
They don't really like me.
You don't say.
Yeah.
So, you mentioned that family members can hit, even if they're weapons, they can wield each other, right?
It is known that that has been the case in a lot of families.
Pridwin's going to send a message on his PDA to Soma and say, try my sister Minerva. She's in, I'm pretty sure she's in the solo.
Yeah, she's in the teamless cabin.
Yeah. Check teamless cabin.
Oh, he looks down at his PDA after receiving this message. He says, "Oh, I think I just found a lead. I'm gonna head out now, but if you're free anytime soon, I would like to take some classes again. First time in a while."
Of course. Just come and find me and we'll work out a time slot.
Excellent.
You could even meet Raquel. She told me she hasn't really had a chance to get to know you yet.
That would be useful. All right. I will see you later. And he starts running off.
She goes back to her tea making.
And he goes straight for the solo cabins.
So you make it into the solo cabins, and actually that girl from before is in there. She is undoing her apron. It's the middle of the night, by the way, so she looks just dead tired.
And he enters and he's like, "Oh, hi. Have you seen Minerva, the short one with armor?"
She kind of looks at you in confusion. She's just a stranger in her house, basically, and she finally just slowly points down the other hallway.
Thank you. Very helpful. He started walking down.
Rubs her eyes and starts walking toward one of the other rooms. The same room, actually, that you saw the other kid with the mask come out of, next to Liam's room.
Oh.
And then she opens the door and shuts it. And you start down the right side. There is a door about halfway down that does have the name Minerva on it.
He knocks.
You go to knock a couple times, and by the third, the door just snaps open instantly. There is a figure staring at you.
Oh yeah, he says, "If it isn't you, I don't believe we have met yet, but your brother sent me to come get you."
She squints at you, tilts her head, doesn't say anything.
We're trying to do some joint training with your brother and Apollyon.
She just slowly steps forward and closes the door behind her.
Excellent. All right, let's get going. There's a crater up by the woods that I'm going to take you to. It's a training spot.
You see the masked figure just shake their head slowly. And she's following you.
All right. He's going to lead her to the crater.
Okay, so you guys have been in the crater. What have you been doing this whole time? Because it's taken Soma a good minute to run all over Kingdom Come.
Pridwin's, first of all, he's set aside he's probably found like a good flat surface to set Katya on. He's like looking around, measuring and like checking trees to make sure that they're like decently spaced out so that they don't like light each other on fire.
Oh, okay, this crater, I don't know if you saw the picture that I put in earlier, but this crater is huge. Like, it's huge. Yeah. Like, there are no trees anywhere nearby.
He's looking specifically for like a very like a raised object that he could use as a lightning rod, like a large rock or something.
It's pretty
basically
barren
an
out
easy
here.
target. We do we have a lightning rod we can use? Something tall and metal?
He slowly looks over to Abaddon and smiles.
Oh no! Don't you put this on me! Why do I have to be the one that gets hurt all the time?
I don't know. It's kind of fun. And he holds out the scythe. Well, we can try it.
I would prefer not to zap people if I could. I mean, you saw what I did to that thing the other day.
It's okay. She's me. You can zap me.
All right. Just
if that makes any sense. Like, Liam's looking at you confused. Sadie's looking at you confused.
Wait, Sadie's there? I thought she was at the cabin.
Sadie is with Kat.
Ah, yes. Yes.
Like, Sadie has been holding Kat this whole time. Has not let her go.
I thought she would be at the cabin by now.
Here. Yeah, Pridwin's like just kind of trying to set up like a good space to set Kat and trying to figure out a lightning rod.
Apollyon looks to Abaddon and he says, "Alright, today's the day you become immune to lightning. Probably."
Don't give me the probably. Why are you making this a possibility? Am I immune or not? I don't like this. Why do I have to be the one?
And she just keeps, like, going. You see her mouth, like, just, like, moving on the side.
He digs the scythe into the ground and he says, "Well, so long as the electricity passes through you instead of, destroying every piece of your blade, you should be fine." And
hey, don't leave me here in the...
It's just, like, cussing you out as you back away from her.
Hey, as long as you stay put, then you will most likely be fine. It is lightning after all.
I don't like you. Jeez.
Abaddon, just know that despite our differences, whatever happens, I do not mean to hurt you.
The like, eye in the scythe turns toward you and just narrows on you, and she starts just barraging you with everything that you called her during their fight the other day.
Okay,
oh, you don't like me? Oh, you don't like me? Well, that's funny, because, like, earlier you said this, and... It's about this point that, Minerva, has come up behind you. You didn't notice her, because you're being yelled at by a scythe, but she just taps your shoulder. You hear the clink-clink of metal on metal.
Pridwin, like, jumps. Oh, Minerva, I didn't see you there. It has been a while.
Tilts her head to the side curiously, looking past you at the scythe.
So, you know why we're here, right?
She shakes her head no.
Pridwin looks over at Soma, and then he says, "My friend is hurt, and I can't use healing water on her. So
Her
I'm
head
going to
tilts the other way in confusion.
So I'm going to need you to wield me. And I am going to need to try to use my lantern, but I'm sure you remember that doesn't always work.
She has this, like, kind of standoffish, arm-crossed look.
So I've got a lightning rod. He gestures to the screaming sight.
She's still cussing you out in the background.
So, like Apollyon's giving a thumbs up and a smile.
Sadie, could you please set Katya down here?
I
And Pridwin points to a
don't
spot.
want to leave her, Sadie says. You can see that Kat is, like, clinging onto her shoulders at this point. Her nails dug into Sadie's skin, almost desperately. She's
meanwhile-
not conscious, but she's still holding on.
Meanwhile, what is Xavier doing?
Xavier is not on campus at this point.
He's in the call.
I know.
All right. If you want to keep holding her, you can. Thankfully, Abaddon over there is tall enough. It shouldn't be a hard target to hit.
A hard target to hit. Listen here, you.
Here, just stand there then. Minerva, are you ready?
She still has the standoffish look, but she slowly holds her hand out to you.
Prodon will take it and he'll transform.
She, as you transform, she kind of spins around and flourishes the shield, kind of rolling her shoulders and then getting into a position with you defensively in front of her. You are not burning! Yay!
Yay! Alright, so he's going to try to go for bountiful light on his effervescent lantern.
Roll me a d20.
Yep, and just barely with an 11.
Okay. So, are you going for proficient?
No, I'm gonna be going for regular, because proficient, it's only 10 extra HP
Gotcha.
per person, so... And considering how destructive that lightning is, I'm gonna just try and do regular.
Fair enough. You kind of see, like, the scythe has, like, almost cringed into kind of a tight curl, like it's waiting, and then this amber glow lights up around your shield. And you watch as it moves forward and it begins to coil around Katya's form, the light moving into her. Her scrunched up face of pain begins to relax.
Alright, that's one. Hopefully I can get the other one. And Pridwin's going to do it again.
Okay, roll me another d20.
There we go. And 14. So that's another high. So 20 more HP.
Okay. Let's see how that works. Okay, so she looks like she has relaxed a little bit.
Sadie, how is she looking?
Well, she looks down at her shoulders. The fingers have stopped tearing into her skin. She says, well, she's, a little more chill.
Do you think I should go one more time?
I don't know, maybe you should look at she, like, clearly can't see the actual wounds from where she is.
Yes, here. Pridwin will transform back into his normal form.
Minerva
Okay.
crosses her arms as you do.
How's Abaddon reacting?
I don't know. How is Abaddon reacting? Because Abaddon was curled into a ball and then nothing happened, and so she's kind of just there.
Curled into a ball? She's a sign.
Yeah, she like cringed. She bent. Like it was weird.
Weird.
And then she didn't get hit, so now she's just stuck in the ground.
Apollyon comes and picks her up.
Pridwin will come over and check Kat to see how she's doing.
Abaddon is popping off at Apollyon. Well, that was dumb. Why did you get me all worked up for nothing? You're mean. You just do this for fun, for you, honestly. I don't
Apollyon
understand why you're so mean to me all the time, okay? What were you saying about Apollyon?
Oh, he's just laughing.
Yes. So yeah, you look over at Kat, and it seems like her wounds do look a little better. They still look like she's possibly being afflicted by something, but it's not killing her. That's for sure. It definitely seems more manageable for the moment.
Well, it seems to have receded a bit, but it's still there.
Someone's gonna walk up to Apollyon and he says, "Now, deal training."
Oh God.
And he says, "So, here's my plan. I'm going to attempt to make a deal with you, but you're not the one setting the conditions. I will, so it goes through me to you."
Okay. He squints at you.
All right. What should I make of this deal? Pridwin, what do you think?
Well, I suppose you could try... How about a deal in which, well, if your deal is supposed to prevent people from causing us harm as a conditions, let's try that. Perhaps a deal in which neither of you can punch one another.
Okay. He puts out his hand and he says, "All right, so here's the deal. You can't punch me, and I can't punch you."
Apollyon just squints at you even more, and then slowly moves his hand out to wrap around yours.
And he shakes on it.
You two shake. Alright, he says, looking at you.
All right. Now punch my arm.
Why do I have to be the one that punches you? Why don't you punch me?
Just do it.
God damn it, he says. And he, rubbing at, like, the bridge of his nose, he turns and he just goes to swing and punch your arm. There is this rush of bright white light for a moment, and you see his hand recoil in pain, and he's shaking it beside him, and he grumbles. God fucking damn it.
Wait. Did that just work?
Think so, he says. You look at his hand, and there are burn marks along his knuckles and up his arm.
All right. Now, how does a devil break, shatter a deal, per se? How do I deprecate it?
I don't think you do. See,
All right,
that's
so
the thing about deals. They're kind of, like, long-standing.
all right. Now we have the simple one out of the way. Let's try a more complex one.
Oh, no.
Let's see. Hmm.
Oh, you could see the bounds of how that deal worked. If you can't punch each other, you did specify punch. Try slapping.
Okay. Someone's gonna go for a slap on Apollyon.
Oh, God. So you haul back and you go to slap Apollyon, and Apollyon just sighs and closes his eyes, and you slap him across the face.
I see.
Abaddon is cackling with glee, by the way, at all of this.
He starts to think to himself, alright, how about a more complex deal? Maybe I can train myself to do more complex deals over time.
I think you're gonna have to build your strength up. Taking deals is it's a lot of energy. You might feel fine now, but the more serious it gets, I think the more trouble you're gonna find you have afterwards.
True, but it is just training. Once I start getting tired, then I'll just go rest. Let us see. Any ideas, Pridwin? Any more complex deals?
I suppose a conditional deal in which if you break the condition, the deal is off.
Oh. I see. Yes. I'm going to... Alright. Apollyon, I propose a deal to you. He puts out his hand. So, you will wield it, but if you unchain my whip and at all, then you immediately will drop me, and the deal is off.
He squints at you. I don't think this is a good idea.
I think it's worth a try. Or, actually, Sadie.
Sadie looks up at you. Cat's still clinging to her shoulders.
Actually, no, you're my Meister. He turns back to Apollyon and says, yes. So, I actually have a new deal for you. You can pick up one object, but if you pick up two, the deal is off and both are dropped to the floor.
He's so fucking confused at this point, and he's like, okay.
And he puts his hand out.
Yeah, he slowly takes it.
He's gonna add some flair and put a flame in his hand.
Ooh, getting fancy with this one, Apollyon says and shakes your hand.
I gotta go with the theatrics, he says.
Oh, God. Alright, well, he looks around.
He actually, Soma grabs two rocks and places it right in front of him.
Apollyon picks up one. He looks at you. He goes
Now
to pick up the other one. Instantly, his hands seem to cramp, and both of them spill out of his hands before he can grab them again.
Interesting.
Now make a deal with me. You hear Sadie's voice from behind you.
Okay.
You want to
He walks
practice, right?
I do.
She holds her hand out to you.
Do you have a proposition? Or
I
do you
do.
want me to? Alright.
She's almost waiting for you to take her hand first before she says it.
He takes it without hesitation.
You stay with me. With everything that's gonna happen, and all the risks you're gonna take. If you die, then I die with you.
He winces at the thought and then smiles and shakes her hand.
You feel this burst of magical energy rush through you, and instantly you're exhausted. This almost pain arcs up your arm for a moment, and you see a symbol begin to form on the back of her hand. It looks like almost like a face with a devil horn sticking out of one side. You look down at your hand. There's a similar mark.
I like to say it's like right below the death brand.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, "Well, I'm tired of shit, but it worked."
It did. She gives you this look of just, you almost can't determine what's behind it. There's a mix of emotions there. And then she lets go of you.
I almost considered pulling my hand back, but you're my partner.
That I am.
Uh, He looks around and he says, "Well, looks like first wave of training is finished. Um,
Indeed.
Redwin, you're chilling over there and you hear Katya begin to mumble.
Pridwin will step over and say, Katya, are you alright?
Dad?
Unfortunately not.
She kind of wrinkles her nose a bit, her eyes starting to open.
Are you okay?
Are we? It's so cold.
we're in the crater."
Yes, I needed a place to, heal you without blowing anything up.
So we would chose an already blown up place.
That makes sense, she says, kind of letting go of Sadie's shoulders for the first time as she starts to move around. What happened?
I got a new tattoo.
You stopped resonating with me and lost control for a moment.
Her
Soma
face
is-
pales when you say this.
Soma puts his hand on Pridwin's shoulder and nods no, and then walks up and he says, "It was just a heat of the moment thing. You're okay."
She does not believe you.
He knows she doesn't, but he still gives her a smile.
We got you back, though. And I also managed to heal that wound of yours a good bit.
Thanks, she says, looking down anxiously.
Also, I've been thinking of things. And I think I may have, an idea.
Okay.
So, I was doing research into the moon, and I thought it would be a good idea to try and look into that, well, a witch from my family's past. However, I couldn't find anything about her. I mean, I could, but it was like all of it was altered or removed. But then I had a thought, and Pridwin kind of manifests his shield and points at it and says, "This weapon contains fragments of every one of my family members across, well, to the very beginning. And I'm thinking, although I certainly can't speak to them yet, what if I went in there, we went in there, and we tried to find their memories?"
Not another deep dive.
She says, looking at you reluctantly.
Unfortunately, I want to try another deep dive, but, well,
What's wrong, Pridwin? She looks at you with this speculative, almost innocent look. For a second, she looks like a normal 9-year-old.
Which, coming from your experience with her, is not normal. In fact, you've rarely seen her look childish before. But there's something about, like, the puppy dog look that she's giving you that is really hard to resist.
Pridwin's kind of like, she can probably see that he has just the slightest, like, his hand is trembling just a tiny bit. And he says, I'm beginning to have some suspicions about myself. And I'm thinking if I go in there, they might be true. But that's why I want to bring people I trust with me. So, of course, he gestures to Minerva, since you're here and this is our family history. And, of course, you, Katya, because I do trust you. And Soma, because you have shown me a great deal of trust yourself, and I wish to return the favor. And should the rest of you wish to, by all means, on the condition that whatever we see in there, it be kept between us.
Isn't that how this group works? Liam says under his breath.
Yes. But, what do you say?
Sadie looks at you, and then she looks at Kat and Soma, and she says, maybe we should rest first.
Yeah.
That would be a good idea. I don't think that I've slept in at least a day or two.
I have been awake for 2 days, coming up with a plan. So yeah, I'm probably going to rest. I also just made a deal that could cost the life of both me and Sadie in the future. So, yeah.
So maybe first thing tomorrow we meet up somewhere?
Sounds good to me. I need to go meet up with blacksmith and get my cords.
Oh, yes. So I suppose maybe... Well, last time we went to the Silence to do all that, so I suppose we meet up there? What do you all think?
Sounds good to
Liam
me.
and Sadie are nodding.
Excellent. Minerva?
You see her tilt her head curiously.
Alright, she's never done a brain dive before.
She has no idea what you're talking about.
So, I've done this a few times now, so what we're going to do is we're going to resonate, and you're all going to enter my mind.
You just know from being her brother for a long time that she is looking at you with the most weird look. Like, you can feel it through the mask.
I have experienced a lot of strange things with this group. And you're probably going to get to see some of them. Just trust me. I think we should both be there to see whatever's in there.
You hear a soft sigh come from behind the mask.
I'll see you tomorrow then.
Quick question. What is Apollyon and Abaddon doing during all of this?
Just watching.
Okay, so she, like, you say, I'll see you tomorrow, and she turns to start, like, walking away, and then she, like, spies Apollyon at the back of the group, and she just stops for a second.
You recall what Mother said that one time, right? The question.
She's not really paying attention to you. She is looking very intently at Apollyon.
Apollyon is just looking off. He's like leaning up against a rock.
Not even paying attention to her. Yeah. So she like stares at him for a moment longer, and then she kind of shakes her head a little bit and just beelines out of there. Before
Oh.
you can say it, like she just gone.
I am so jealous of how fast she can run.
Fucking Abaddon. Meanwhile, like the edge of the scythe pokes at you, Apollyon.
He looks up. What is it?
Wow, you're kind of oblivious, aren't you?
I'll prefer to be.
I'm pretty sure that girl was checking me out. The scythe is watching in the direction Minerva has gone.
Who's checking you out? I mean, good luck.
I mean, obviously I'm the most attractive of the two of us. So it had to be me.
Uh-huh. He's like not even paying attention to her.
Very clearly. The scythe is still chattering at you. Sadie begins to walk with Katya. Soma, you're going to meet up with Rhett, and the rest of you start walking back to the cabins.
Mm-hmm.
So, what's your plan exactly? Are you planning to just go down into the labyrinth by yourself?
Yeah, pretty much. I've been down there enough.
Okay. So, you start walking, and you get to the stairs. You haven't been bothered by anybody because it is late. It is fucking late at night.
Yeah.
Nobody bothers you. You get on the stairs. You start into the labyrinth. Roll me d20.
Well, shit. I rolled a natural 20.
Fuck yeah. So, for some reason, that usual movement that you hear in the labyrinth, that sliding of metal on stone, it's gone. You don't hear any of that at all. And you end up feeling the warmth of the forge almost calling to you. It's guiding you through the labyrinth, and you move towards its pull effortlessly. You come around the corner, and Rhett is very busy. You see him, he is working in the forge and then hammering out some sort of metal on like an anvil next to him and then going back and forth. He does not notice you.
Alright. He will. He's just gonna walk up to him.
Okay, he still hasn't noticed you.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
I'm just gonna watch him.
So yeah, he is currently working on what looks to be one of the devil face coins. You see a pile kind of on the table with the restraints. There appear to be 4 coins already. You see that like the amount of craftsmanship he's putting into these things is just immense. And he is it almost seems like they are glowing with a sort of energy to them, the ones that are finished on the table.
He walks over and inspects them and says, "These are amazing."
Rhett, at this point, hearing you speak, what he's holding in his hand, like, throws it up into the air and turns on you with these glowing hot Hellforge, like, fucking pinchers. Almost hits you with them, to be honest, and then he pulls himself back and he's breathing very shakily, and he reaches up and catches the partially made coin in his bare hand.
He looks at me and says, "Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you."
He lets out this sigh of relief and slowly lowers his hand back to the anvil and drops the unfinished coin back onto it and looks at his hand, and there's just this angry, glowering mark on his hand, but it is beginning to fade. He turns and he looks at you.
Your craftsmanship is more excellent than I was expecting, and your craftsmanship is already amazing.
He puts his hand on his chin and gestures toward you.
He looks back at him and he says, "Me and you, my friend, are going to save many lives."
He tilts his head curiously but doesn't pry. He gives you like a well gesture.
Mm-hmm. He just says, "You can go on. I just wanted to check on your progress, see how you were doing."
He nods a bit, and he turns around and he starts in on the coin again. You get the
Mhm.
sense, based on the amount of time it's been since you asked him for them, and the fact that he's only on coin 5, that this may take a couple days.
Okay, he sits there for a second. He says, "I don't know exactly what else you do down here, but do you need anything? Water?"
You hear this kind of throaty laugh coming from the man.
Take that as a no.
Yeah, he's not. He kind of glances over his shoulder at you and smiles coyly, and then looks back at the fire. As he's reheating the coin, you see him reach with one hand and tap his ring finger again without looking at you.
He looks at me and says, "Thank you, but not yet."
He smirks and he taps at his wrist in an almost "you will soon" manner.
And as he's like inspecting the coins, he says, "Do you want anything in return for your efforts?"
He pauses. And then he nods.
He like,
He kind of stands there for a minute while the coin's reheating and tries to think of how to like explain this to you. He gestures like his hand midway to the ground, kind of showing like almost like a height, and looks at you to see if you understand. Roll me a d20 to see if you can figure out what the fuck he's trying to tell you.
"Can I guess?"
Yeah,
"Katya."
he nods.
He says, "Okay. She's resting currently, but tomorrow I can send her down here."
He shakes his head no.
Oh, no? Oh, okay.
You see him make like a sort of circle with both of his hands.
He pulls out his journal from his jacket and a pen, and he says, "Can you draw?"
He eyes you, takes the pen, and draws a small stick figure. With his massive hands, it's a little difficult. Um, and then he draws a circle around the stick figure.
"Yeah, coin?"
He shakes his head no and thinks.
Oh, wait. Thing involving a soul.
He sighs. He is signing something. He has like his two hands together and he's like pulling them apart and he's getting kind of frustrated trying to think.
Keep going. I think I'll figure this out eventually. He's like leaning down.
He rubs at his temples. Let me see what this sign looks like. So he holds his hands up in front of him in a sort of X, tapping them together lightly.
Hmm.
He sighs, grabbing the pen, and then moves over to a different area, draws a stick figure, draws another stick figure in front of it with, like, spiky hair. He looks at you, looks at the spiky hair, looks at you again.
Is it one of my party members?
He gives you the, really? Look. He points at you.
Me?
And then he starts drawing again, and what he draws is this scribbled, hulking mass. And the way he's drawn it is the small stick figure, the spiky-haired stick figure, and then the hulking mass next to both of them.
Wait. I'm gonna
Yeah.
Holy shit! Okay, I rolled a natural 20.
Fucking Jesus! Where were all of these? You stockpiled them for fucking today. So you're looking at these two pictures, and you feel frustrated because you don't know what's happening, and Rhett is getting frustrated, and the forge seems to be heating up the more and more frustrated he gets, and finally there's this crackle and this pop and this sizzle, and suddenly the coin that he's forgotten that he was heating up, it like explodes, and he jolts in front of you, catches it as it's about to hit you in the face, and sets it down heavily on the workbench. Breathing hard, he looks at you. He looks at the coin in his burning hand. He points to himself. He points to the spiky-haired figure. He points to you, and he points to the small figure.
Point of yourself?
He shakes his head no. What did he just do for you? He nods. He makes that X symbol again, repeatedly with his hands, with that word.
So sorry, I'm gonna need to roll to just insight this.
Because you critted, I won't make you roll again.
Okay.
He actually. Oh, thank God. Okay. You hear a voice from behind you sigh kind of disappointedly. Wow, you're really bad at this. Draco is leaning against the frame of the door. Too bad you don't know sign, he says. That, he repeats that kind of X symbol with his hands. That means protect.
To protect.
He points
Wait.
at the small stick figure aggressively.
How tall is him?
Huh?
How tall is he? I forget.
Rhett, he's huge.
He's huge, okay. Protect Katya.
He nods, sighing with relief, like this is such a pain for him. He points to the sketch of like the hulking mass that he did, and he gives you this grave look.
He takes the notebook and he says, "Thank you for sorry for my insolence, but thank you. I will try my best."
He kind of frowns and then grabs the coin that exploded, looking at it, tosses it into a scrap bin next to him, and gets started on another one. Draco looks at you and goes, "What are you doing down here?"
Oh, I'm just checking on his progress.
Yeah, it's gonna be a while. When Rhett works on something, it's not exactly, quick. Unless it has to do with a soul, in which case you have to be quick, otherwise bad things happen. You see him absent-mindedly rubbing at the earring.
Just, wanted to see how his work was, and it is rather incredible.
Rhett kind of smiles to himself on hearing that. Well, you look like shit, no offense. I'm curious to know what the hell happened, but you should probably get some rest.
Yeah, I was training in deal making.
Ah. He kind of grimaces at the thought. Well, make sure to get some rest for the both of us, yeah? Kind of
Yep.
gives you this sad, reluctant look and then starts turning the other direction away from the exit of the labyrinth.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Goes back to you can be send by the
Rhett kind of waves his hand at you, still smoldering.
Yeah.
Back at the cabin, Pridwin, you guys have made it to the cabin. What are you up to?
Considering it's like the middle of the night and Pridwin's planning on doing a brain dive the next day, he's gonna ask if have all of you ate yet?
Liam is already in the kitchen eating. That was the first thing he did when he got back. Sadie has taken Kat to her room, and she finally came out and joined Liam in snacking. Pidge has also grabbed food and gone back to her room, very, sullenly. Roll me a d20, actually.
Oh boy. 16.
Yeah, so you're thinking to yourself, Kat didn't eat. So you start walking down the hallway, and you get about halfway down the hallway, and you can hear that Katya is crying in her room.
He's gonna gently knock just to let her know that he's there.
For once, it doesn't stop.
And then he's gonna step in and say, "Katya, are you alright?"
You can see she's hugging a purple sweater to her chest. It looks familiar to you.
I miss my mom too.
She looks down and away a little bit.
But your mother's still out there. She was here not too long ago.
Okay, sorry to cut you off, but I just realized, everyone in the party has mommy issues.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's a trend.
God.
Yeah.
There's a couple people who actually have, living parents.
Man, well, I have living parents.
Yeah, yours are still alive. For sure.
Uh-huh. People though.
Prid-
Pridwin's by the rules of Pridwin's family, there's always going to be at least one of them dead.
Yep. It's a good time.
Oh yeah. Pridwin will step up and kind of rest a hand on her consolingly and say, "I'll leave if you want, but I'm here for you."
There's a second where you, she doesn't say anything. She's just kind of got her, face buried into the sweater against her knees. And you start to let go, and her hand instantly snaps to your wrist.
He'll just, he'll, sit down beside her and continue to, pat her on the shoulder.
Yeah, she kind of just leans her head against your armor, shivering roughly. So it's about this time that you finally make it to the cabin. Liam and Sadie are both, like, inhaling pasta. They both look up at you as you walk in.
He looks up at them. He says, "Oh, you seem to like that."
Sadie, like, awkwardly, like, holds the plate out to you, like, eh?
Ah, good. Venison the last few days.
She squints at you. Like, you haven't eaten in days, what do you mean?
You don't remember the animal?
I mean, that's fair. That's fair,
Yeah.
technically. She doesn't know about that, though.
Yeah. Yeah, he's like, I'm fine. I've been eating.
She's still squinting at you. You notice that it's just the two of them. Minerva has disappeared, and Katya and Pridwin are not around.
Someone's gonna walk into his room and sit down at his desk. There's something very specific he's going to do.
Okay.
He is going to spend the next however many hours of time very, very carefully trying to sculptinize statue of Eliza Douglas.
You're gonna need help if you want to do that.
He's really just sitting there like for hours, just very, very carefully making it.
Yeah,
But
I guess that's fair. Your output could probably do that over a long period of time.
Yeah.
You could get Pridwin.
You could.
I could.
So Pridwin, it's about this time that Liam, like, starts to come into the room, and then he sees you and he kind of stops.
Pridwin's just talking to Katya, and he says, I know your parents will come back. You will see them again.
She frowns up at you and then kind of looks at Liam, and Liam says, you shouldn't get her hopes up like that.
I may have only seen them in memories, but I have faith that they would do everything that they could.
Yeah, I know they would. That doesn't mean they're gonna come back. Katya is just looking, getting more and more upset.
My mother came back for me.
And how did that turn out?
She dragged herself across, I don't even know how many miles, just to see us one last time. And by all accounts, that should have been impossible, but she did. So I have faith that her parents would do the same thing if it came to it.
Whatever, Liam says, and kind of walks over and drops onto Douglas's bed, rubbing at his temples. Look, all I'm saying is, you keep getting our hopes up like that, they're a lot easier to crush. That's why I don't let myself dream anymore.
Sometimes hope is important. If you don't have something to hope for, what are you really doing anything for?
I don't know. Survival.
Yes, but survival isn't really living.
He, like, opens his mouth to say something about that and then closes it again. Well, if we're gonna go deep diving into your skull tomorrow, I suggest you get some sleep. Liam has
Yes,
already, like, pulled the pillow over his face. Katya looks at you reluctantly.
I probably should. Katya. You should rest, and just know you're going to see a lot about me. And my family, and not all of it is, well, specifically my family history, not all of it's going to be great. And I suspect that it might very well be. There might. Well. I resonated with a witch just fine.
She freezes up once again when you say this.
And I'm beginning to think I might know why.
Liam slowly lifts the edge of the pillow and looks over at you.
If I resonated with a witch that easily, and my family are witch hunters, by all accounts, that shouldn't happen logically, right?
Right, she says, looking at you uneasily.
So, Predwin removes a glove and kind of stares at his hand, which is that, like, ghostly pale blue.
Mm-hmm.
My grandmother said that this was a curse. That when our founder fought that witch, she cast it on him. That turned him, made him look like a sea creature, essentially. I'm beginning to doubt that, though.
Okay, she says warily.
What if I'm a witch?
She blinks and looks at you. Liam also looks at you very funnily.
Not quite literally, but what if they... All we have is a story about our founder fighting that witch and winning, but there's no records of her death, no belongings, nothing. What if they didn't fight? I'm sorry. I should probably just find out tomorrow, but it's just a worrying thought.
What if you were?
Well, my mother said, what if a witch was innocent?
But
It's
witches
just...
aren't innocent, are they?
But they can be. I mean...
But you would stop one if it was gonna do something bad, wouldn't you?
Of course.
But what if that was somebody important to you? Are you still sure that you could stop it?
If my family, we protect people. That's what we do. if I have
But
to
what
protect...
if it was someone, Pridwin, that you cared about, that was hurting somebody else? Would you stop it?
I don't know. I want to believe that I could, but I don't know. I mean, I stopped Lewis, but
Until you can answer that question, I don't think we should resonate together anymore.
Liam stops, just freezes when he hears this.
What?
She looks away from you.
If you think that would be for the best, then
Also, I want to mention, Soma walks out of the room right now. He's looking for Pridwin.
So you can hear, like, you very clearly heard Katya. She is getting very worked up on the other side of the cabin.
Yeah.
And as you start walking towards it, trying to, you go through the rec room and start hearing what's going on, you can hear her asking Pridwin these questions.
He was originally going to come out asking for a cup of water, but he turns the corner after hearing this and says, "Well, depends on what you mean by stopping them."
Soma. I suppose that would be an important question.
Liam looks almost sick to his stomach, and he is now avoiding eye contact with the rest of you.
Soma's not looking at him. He just looked at him. And he says, "You see, what happened with Lewis is, well, there's not really anything else we can do. We could have done, but when it comes to which, who's to say that there aren't innocent ones? I mean, look at Viper and Draco. They aren't evil. They haven't, at least I think, done any true wrong."
She almost killed you, Liam says carefully, looking over at you, Soma. If Draco hadn't stopped her.
He looks over at you and says, "But she didn't want that, did she?"
That's the point. She wasn't in control.
Exactly. But it wasn't like Lewis where there's a point of no return. She was at that point where she lost control, but it's still possible to get them back. Are you telling me that you wouldn't try your hardest to get your friend back?
I'm telling you. I'm telling you that I had to make the same assurances that she's asking about myself. And so did you. He's looking at the mark on your wrist.
Katya, if someone I cared about was hurting someone else, I would do my best to stop them. And if I didn't have to kill them to do it, then that would be fine. If I did, well,
Sometimes
if
you
they
have
were
to.
hurting someone, I would do everything to stop them. And if that means killing them, it would be my final resort, but I think I could push myself to do it.
Soma looks back and he says, "Sometimes you are faced with a situation where you have to do what you must. There's not always a choice, but if there's just a shred of a chance, I believe it is worth taking."
She's looking at you, both of you, intently. And she looks down at the sweater, and she digs her fingers into it.
Everyone is as capable of good as they are capable of evil. Who's to say that anyone is evil at all if they haven't done anything wrong? Just the circumstances of their birth? No.
We're not talking about someone that hasn't done any wrong.
And what if they have? Just because they've done something wrong, it means they deserve the death penalty automatically? No. Not all people who have done evil things don't deserve a redemption arc. Just because you happened to do something bad, even if you didn't want to, doesn't send you straight to the guillotine.
If someone goes over the edge, I will do my best to pull them back. But if I can't, I will do what I must. You can have that promise. I promise that.
She is crying silently, and she looks up at you, Soma, and she says, "What if I don't come back next time?"
Soma looks at it and says, I will do every single thing in my power to ensure.
But what if I don't?
That day will come.
She looks at you, Pridwin. Liam
won't-
is, again, still very pointedly not making eye contact with any of you.
I won't let that happen.
You don't get to make a promise you can't keep.
Katya,
You don't get to make a promise you can't keep.
Soma steps forward and he says, what if I can keep it?
You don't know that. Mom made Dad make the same promise, and now I'm making you do it. Because they're not here to pull me back.
Katya. I don't know entirely 100% all the time what I'm capable of and what I'm not. And sure, there's a possibility, but I will do everything in my power to make sure that does not happen again.
She's shaking her head at you.
And if it does, I will do everything in my power to pull you back. And if somehow, under the theoretical possibility that that doesn't happen, I will stop you.
Pridwin, I have a very important question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Are you telling the truth or are you being deceptive?
He is telling the truth.
Okay. She stares at you for a really long moment, and then she nods in acceptance of this statement and lets out a shaky breath. Good.
You have my word. And I will do my best to prove that my word means something. I am going to head to bed because we're going to have probably a long day tomorrow. I most certainly will.
Okay.
And if you need anything, just tell me.
Liam is, interestingly enough, he seems like he's shaking. He's kind of curled away from all of you, and he's just hugging the pillow close to him at this point.
And Pridwin is actually going to take the pin on his armor, his shoulder pad,
Mhm.
and he's going to offer it to Katya.
She looks at it kind of in confusion.
A token of my promise. It's my badge, essentially.
How big is this item?
It's a very, very small disc, so it would probably be about. You could hold it with one hand.
Interesting. Okay. So she takes it slowly, kind of pulls it in and starts to look at it, brushing her fingers over the embellishments on it.
That is a symbol of my honor as a knight. It is a symbol of my promises. I keep my promises.
Toma sort of chuckles and he says, "You don't even know. I don't even need to tell you what my promises are capable of doing."
She looks up at you and frowns just a little bit.
He looks over at Katya and he says, "I know you're worried about what I am, what I may become, but I assure you that this power will be used for nothing but good."
I don't care how you use your power, Somi. I just don't want you to disappear too.
No, I have a new world to chase. I ain't going down that easily.
That's what scares me. You might just chase it too far. What happens then?
When I get back up,
She just shakes her head sadly, looking almost relieved, holding your sign, Ferdwin, but upset at the same time. Go on, she says to you both.
Have a good night, Katya.
She just nods a little and curls onto her side, kind of opposite of Liam, and just like pulls the sweater closed. Your badge is like curled into her fingers tight.
And Pridwin will head to his room.
Okay, you head to your room. Soma, you are walking back to your room, and you get in there, and Sadie is looking at the mark on her arm.
having any regrets?
Not exactly.
He walks up to her and he says, "Keep that close to your chest. I'll keep that promise."
Well, by the sounds of it, I don't think you'll have a choice.
Exactly.
I just. You're so willing to do anything to protect people. I needed you to realize that your life is really important too.
I understand. I mean, if I die, I won't be able to protect people, right?
Also, It would be a pretty empty world without you up here in it.
One day, when I finally make this new world, I will have you there with me.
I hope you're right.
She looks over. The ice sculpture that you were working on, is it just Douglas and Eliza?
Yes.
Her eyes are kind of just fixed on it for a long moment.
He sits down and says, "It's a gift for Katya."
I don't think I need to tell you that I'm extremely worried about her.
I just had a talk with her, and you have every right to be, but I will make sure she never ends up in a point where she cannot return.
I don't know if you're gonna be able to do that, Selma. I know. You're gonna deny me, tell me that I'm wrong, but I get this sense like it's not just her sometimes, you know?
He looks down and says, "I wasn't going to deny you. I cannot protect everyone," he says as he looks at the Caduceus staff, and he says, "But I just need to hold out until Douglas comes back, right?"
Yeah, right, she says with this distant look in her eyes.
He'll come back. And when he does, I'm going to punch him in his smug fucking face for disappearing without saying a goddamn word.
Speaking to Cyrus through the fucking aether.
God.
Yeah, she's gonna smile a little bit at that. Well,
I do make this new world. He will stand up there with me.
I think she stops for a moment. She's looking at your horn. Nothing. She kind of turns away from you. Starts, you know, taking her hair down, trying to get ready for bed.
He goes back to start working on the statue again, and as he's doing it, he's just sort of like feeling his horn softly.
So she sees you like messing with it, and she kind of mutters under her breath, "I think your idea is a good one, for what it's worth."
He smiles and looks while he's making it, and he says, "I know it is. Most of my pretty good ones."
Not all of them, she says, eyeing you, kind of giving you
I
the
beg
side
to
eye.
he replies by saying, "I beg to differ, but we have our own opinions."
Look, all I was gonna say is she kind of stammers over her words for a short minute, and then she finally says, you're really good with Katya. That's all."
Trying my best.
No, I
Also, what
mean like really good, she says, looking up at you.
he also turns around and he says, "Also, when I create this new world, I'm punching the fuck out of those death size up above."
Hmm. Yeah, maybe don't do that.
I'm
I
going to do.
really would prefer to, like, you know, have a life with you before you snuff both of ours out at once?
No, no. I'm going to punch them.
Right. And she just watches you work on your ice sculpture.
Yep.
And if there's anything else you want to do before all hell breaks loose tomorrow, please let me know, because otherwise I'm gonna call it.
Yep.
Oh boy, I'm good.
Yeah.
Bet.
He's just working on his little sculpture. After he's done with it, he's gonna leave it by Katya's door.
Aw.
Holy shit.
Are you holy shitting about? You okay?
Oh, it's just this whole session. My god, man.
Uh-huh. Soma is absolutely, like, scheming. He's taking control of this fucking board.
God.
I'm gonna have to do a lot of like reading and prep for that, so don't think that's gonna happen like super soon.
Oh, I think,
I'm really about to have to hardcore prep for Monday's session because I have no idea how going into Pridwin's memories are gonna go right this second.
Oh boy.
yeah.
Man.
No fucking clue, man. You sprang that one on me. I didn't think that was gonna happen anytime soon.
Yeah, I was talking to Dylan about it because I've been planning it like basically this I think since we dove into Amai's memory?
Mm-hmm.
Or oh no, Dylan's memory was the one where I had that plan.